Okay, folks, can we try and make a start, please? Okay, welcome to the September ASCAC meeting, and thank you all for coming, and thanks to those people online for attending. And I want to start by saying that I'm very sorry I couldn't be in person for the first ASCAC meeting that I chaired, but I am here and I will endeavor to be here for all the other meetings. I think we find ourselves at an interesting time now, sort of, we're looking ahead to post-exascale and what that means for all of us and for DOE. And what we've been talking about trying to do is to have, as part of the ASCAC sessions, a conscious look ahead as much as is possible to think about the future and to hopefully have a wide-ranging and energetic discussion on that. At the same time, we balance that with the kind of reporting activities and various other things that we do. But I'll be also very interested to take comments from you about how that mix should be and what you think that look towards the future should consist of as we go forward. And we will try and have sessions in all the forthcoming ASCAC meetings where we take a serious look about the future and what it should be like for DOE and the Office of Science. So I think we have a few changes to the agenda this morning. Some of the one of the sessions is a little bit shorter than one of the talks is a little bit shorter than was originally intended, so there will be more breaks put in, more chances for discussion. So at that point I will say thank you again for being here, and I will turn it over to Jaren to move forward.
Well, thank you. The first on the agenda is a couple of remarks from Dr. Richmond, the Undersecretary for Science and Innovation. Unfortunately, she cannot be here due to her very busy schedule. But she was gracious to record some remarks for us. So we're gonna attempt to play them correctly, and then we'll move on.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you all for giving me some time to talk to you today about the exciting developments of the Department of Energy and the world of advanced computing. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here and for your service to ASCAC. This committee is doing critical work to ensure that OSCAR remains on the leading edge of research and technology and into the future. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to join you in person, but I know that the meeting will be packed with excellent presentations and discussions. You know, this continues to be an exciting time for advanced computing with DOE and OSCAR at the forefront of the action. We are continuing to reap the benefits, the rewards from the Exascale Computing Project with several Gold Gordon Bell finalists, both the traditional and the Special Climate Prize, leveraging the exascale capabilities of the Frontier system at one of our national laboratory powerhouses, Oak Ridge National Laboratory. As you will hear about later today, Frontier has enabled advances in science and technology development across a broad array of applications. Our research team achieved double precision exaflop performance with the molecular dynamic simulations of 2 million correlated atoms for highly precise predictions of electron behavior and interactions. This is a real game changer. I just can't believe it. The ability to simulate atomic interactions with such high accuracy and speed will enable researchers to explore complex processes like protein drug binding and catalytic reactions, pushing the boundaries of what can be achieved in computational chemistry. And as a personal note, I totally get this because I've done my own share of computational chemistry using different models. So I just can't believe that this has been achieved. So industry also continues to leverage exascale to drive energy innovations and advance our net zero goals. From Fortune 500 companies like RTX, looking to manufacture aircraft engine parts with less energy and less waste, to startup companies like Whisper Aero, looking to develop all-electric regional airplanes and even more efficient and quieter electric leaf blowers. So other efforts are advancing the creation of digital twins for human health applications, which is just so exciting and would provide powerful tools to address the administration's goals to defeat cancer, advance individualized care, and to improve patient outcomes. I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the excellent work the national labs have done in partnership with the National Cancer Institute as part of the Cancer Moonshot, and the leadership of ASCAC and Tony Hay to help us keep those efforts on track. Thank you. On the research side, OSCAR continues to advance artificial intelligence for science in ways that are so important to meeting DOE's and the nation's future needs. OSCAR recently announced new awards in AI research that will certainly advance foundational models for computational science, automated scientific workflows and laboratories, scientific programming and knowledge management systems, federated and privacy-preserving technologies, and energy-efficient AI algorithms for hardware for science. I look forward to seeing the advances that these efforts produce, and I'm especially interested in what we can do to bend the curve in the recent growth in the amount of energy going towards training and using AI technologies. You know, OSCAR has played a leadership role in driving innovation for energy-efficient advanced computing. These efforts have paid dividends across the computing ecosystem, and I'm sure the new investments OSCAR is making, both in AI and HPC, will provide the technologies we need to deliver on the promise of AI in a sustainable and responsible manner. As many of you are already aware, DOE issued a request for information earlier this month focused on the department's Frontiers in Artificial Intelligence for Science and Science, Security, and Technology, FAST, the FAST initiative. The RFI seeks public input to inform how organizations can support the initiative and that are existing in our assets at our 17 national laboratories as partners. Please visit energy.gov/fast to learn more and apply by November 11th. OSCAR is similarly pushing the vanguard of quantum information science. Over the last year, OSCAR has released funding opportunity announcements on exploratory research for extreme scale science, which includes quantum hardware emulation and for accelerated research in quantum computing, which will advance methods for creating modular software stacks and toward utility demonstration. Last week, I had so much fun at the DOE National QIS Research Center PI meeting. We just heard about some of the great work being undertaken at the centers. For example, pushing quantum error correction past the point where the added complexity of error correction makes up for the information loss from the environmental noise. This breakthrough opens the pathway towards quantum information processing in the presence of noise from radiation, cosmic rays, and so many other sources. Additionally, the DOE Office of Science and DARPA announced a new effort to move the needle on quantum computing through a signed MOU, which establishes a framework for planning and coordinating future research, development, engineering, test, and evaluation activities related to quantum computing. Another big deal. But before I go, I want to take a moment to pay tribute to two great luminaries in the Department of Energy who have recently left us. Ed Temple and Charlie McMillan. Ed invented and established the Office of Project Assessment in what is now the Office of Science, and thereby left an indelible mark on the way in which we manage the construction of our large-scale scientific user facilities. And even in retirement, Ed lent this expertise to some of the most ambitious projects, such as the Spallation Neutron Source and the Exascale Computing Project. Ed's contributions were instrumental in establishing the department's excellent track record for delivering on time, on budget, an impressive array of truly remarkable, first of their kind research capabilities for science. And secondly, Charlie McMillan was the director of Los Alamos National Laboratory during a period of huge change. He helped Los Alamos become a leader in supercomputing, in vaccine development, in Earth system modeling, and other domains, while always being committed to our nuclear deterrence. Charlie received the Department's Energy Awards of Excellence twice throughout his career. He was committed to advancing STEM education and took great joy in developing future leaders in the enterprise. Charlie retired from Los Alamos in 2017, but remained very active in our community. I got to know him personally through his leadership in planning the department's Frontiers in Artificial Intelligence for Science, Security, and Technology, our FAST initiative in AI. His sudden death earlier this month was a great loss to the department and to science. We will remember them for a long time, but they also serve as a model for all of us. And finally, I want to thank all of you once again for your hard work and dedication to the department and to advanced computing. Your efforts have never been more important. So keep it up and have a great meeting. Thank you.
Okay, let's move forward. We're going to have a change in the agenda, and Harriet Kung is going to talk first. So, Harriet, over to you.
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. First, thank you all for accommodating this schedule change. I got a Hill briefing set on my calendar all of a sudden, so I was really scrambling. And thank you, Jaren, for very, very thoughtful arrangement for allowing me to speak first. And also echoing my thanks to every single one of you for your service to Oscar and also to the Office of Science. Your contributions have been vital and will continue to shape this very, very important program to be even more impactful in terms of its reach and also its impact. So it's really my pleasure and privilege to give a very quick update on Office of Science, focusing on budget, some of the personnel and organizational changes, and also just one quick slide on FAST. Probably will not dwell on that since I think Jerry already mentioned that, and Jaren, I'm sure, and subsequent talks will have many, many more, including I saw that Kalina is coming later this afternoon. I do want to end by sharing a few slides on research security, which has been a highly popular is probably not the right word, but highly charged topic and really touched on almost every aspect of the SE programs, not only at the laboratories, but also at universities. So let's go ahead and get started. So I think, oh, right here. Okay, great. So let me start with a quick recap of the 2025 request. Maybe I should stand here so I can see what I'm having on the slide. So if you recall, the 2025 request of the science really received very strong support from the administration, given we're still under the debt ceiling agreement. Overall federal funding supposed to be flat. So Office of Science received a 4.2% increase above the FY24 enacted level. That is reflecting $343 million of increase. And these increases are more targeted to administration priorities, including AI, which Oscar is a major leader and player in the Office of Science and also contribute to the department-wide effort. Fusion continues to receive a lot of support, bipartisan support. In this case, we're trying to close some really critical science and technology gaps in this new collaboration modality called Fusion Innovation Research Engine FIRE collaboratives are intending to fund multidisciplinary, PI team efforts to close the S&T gaps. We continue to invest, increase our investment in broadening participation, Renew. We started a couple of years ago, continue to expand that Renew, which is primarily a traineeship at underserved institutions. And also FAIR is building capacities and largely focusing on ERIs and MSIs. Climate initiative is really building on a very successful model, the urban integrated field laboratories that Biological Environmental Research has funded, a couple of them focusing on urban areas where a lot of the climate data could be strengthened, and coupling the experimental part with the modeling part. This climate addition will be expanding that effort to the rural area, which also has a huge need for us to really understand better the climate in these rural areas and translate that into more resilient practice informing the rural areas. Microelectronics continue to receive very strong support across all most of the major SC programs, and also will continue to contribute to energy earthshots. And ASCAC is also playing a leadership role there. And this is a department-wide initiative as well. Okay, so in addition to the research, we're also continuing to invest in facility operations and also lab infrastructure. Many of you know that our national laboratories have been built decades ago, and a lot of the infrastructures are aging. We need to continue to upgrade, update, modernize these infrastructures so we can support our mission in a robust and sustainable way, reliable way. So a lot of efforts is in increasing our investment in lab infrastructure, including general plan projects, and as well as reducing the deferred maintenance at DOE laboratories. A very important part of our facility operations is really supporting the user facilities, including the leadership class facilities that ASCAC support, as well as networking facilities. So on average, the request would support about 88.3% optimal funding. In the past, most of our facilities have optimal operation funding. Since COVID, we decided to re-baseline our user facilities. So taking into account not just the runtime, but really the facility staffing, the deferred maintenance, and all the other supported infrastructure need to keep our user facilities operating as optimal as possible. So this re-baseline effort actually elevate the total funding needed to keep these facilities operating as close to optimal operation as possible. And even though it shows only an 88.3% optimal funding, it actually requires hundreds of millions of dollars to even get to that from the 24 base. And then we'll continue to support line item construction and MIE projects across all 6 programs. So how the I don't think okay, good. So maybe if I'm not advancing, so someone can advance the slides. I'm not quite sure when I'm hitting the right button. So, so here is the status of the House and Senate marks to the Office of Science budget request. So if you can see, the request reflects the $340 million increase, and House and Senate both support us very strongly with the House mark. Even though it's below the request, but it's quite over $150 million over the 2024 enacted level. As I mentioned earlier, the debt ceiling really put an overall cap to the federal spending, and the increases adding to the Office of Science has to come from other programs that actually will see a decrease. And so House mark is, and also Senate mark is even higher than the House mark, in this case, even above the 2025 request. I really like to take the moment to thank the community for your strong support and strong advocacy, as the investments in Office of Science, especially in ASCAC, is critical to ensuring the U.S. leadership in science and technology in such a globally competitive environment. Next slide, please. So what does it mean? Here are some of the details. So in the House mark, we have received the funding for quantum information science flat with requests, but some of the language could present some challenges. For example, and the challenges are especially acute and concentrated in the ASCAC program, and Jared made and focused on that, because I think the specific language about funding for Quest and also the test beds for integrating high performance computing and quantum may leave very, very little flexibility in the rest of ASCAC program. That's really problematic for us science. Energy Earthshots, even though it's a very high priority for the department, continues not to receive a lot of support. So the 20 million is flat with 24, so we're 95 million below the request. The Fire Collaborative is 20 million below the request. House was very supportive of the microelectronics research, including the centers, which are currently under review, but they did caution us because of the out-year mortgage commitment. So we are looking at and taking the comments into serious consideration. As similar to 2024, House does not provide any funding for Renew and Fair, even though I'll come back to the Senate mark. So no funding for Renew and Fair in the House mark. But then the House mark also directed us to establish some carbon sequestration research, geological computational science. Also on the facility side, the House mark has provided close to 89% of facilities. So facility continue to receive very, very strong support, and similarly on the Senate side as well. So I think that's also a very important message to our community, or also to our programs, that the robust running and really high impact of facilities continues to be the one that really receive a bipartisan support from Congress. And similarly for our constructions and MIE projects, most of them are funded at request. Some are even above request, and one in particular lower than request. Next slide, please. Thank you. So on the Senate side, so Senate is 360 million over the 2024 enacted, and this is even 17 million over the request. So similarly, very strong support for the major initiatives, including AI, but in this case, they actually separately put FAST as a separate control line, and I think in a way to recognize, really acknowledge the very strong support from the Senate side about the FAST initiative. How exactly we're going to be managing that, I think we'll be waiting for the final marks, conference marks, to really delve into the details. Similarly, for quantum information science, so 265 million for quantum is slightly below the request, but then does signal support for the 5 quantum information research centers. The Earthshots are treated with higher level support, 60 million, but still it's 55 million below the request. And microelectronics, 110 million, that's 15 million over the request. So overall, it clearly shows the priorities that Senate is giving to the different initiatives. Senate has signaled their support for Renew and Fair, and that's very similar in our 24 case. At the final marks, we actually are able to move forward with Renew and Fair, even though there's this discrepancy between the different approaches between the House and Senate. Maybe the point that we will continue to stress is that in a way to clarify that these Renew and Fair is really not a gender, race, or ethnicity-based initiative. Instead, this is really our broadening participation effort. And that is the message that we will continue to make, and also hope the community will help us continue to advance the message that, and I think Dr. Berhe said it so well, the tax-based money should be used to support all walks of life, and also talents are quite uniformly distributed. not the funding. And I think having a more inclusive workforce will really make our program even stronger. And that's really the rationale behind these two Renew and Fair initiative. And we also have similar language about the carbon sequestration, geological computational science. There's also a $10 million for atmospheric methane removal research. And similarly, I think the Senate side even provide even higher facility operations funding, close to 90%, even higher than our request. And also the construction projects and my projects are very well supported at near the request level. So overall, this is a very, very strong position that Office of Science has been in. We're waiting for the final conference between House and Senate, but at least the good news is that I think the CR has passed both Senate and House, and it's on its way to the president's desk. So at least the threat of a government shutdown is averted for now. Until December when there will be another negotiation going forward. So next slide, please. Let me also maybe just click two more. So I would want to show, yeah, thank you. So some really good news about leadership changes. We have been in recruitment for two key positions. One on the isotope side. Many of you may know that isotope program got separated from nuclear physics about 4 years ago as a separate program. And then Dr. Joanne Gillow has been the isotope research development and production director, and she has announced her retirement next year. So we have been in the search for the next director. We're delighted to have Chris Landers joining us recently as the director for the new office, for the program, isotope R&D and production. And also on the international activity, this is international collaboration, research security, interagency coordination. We have been in search of a new director, and also extremely excited to have Dr. Sarah Staten joining us in early October. She's coming to us from the Department of State. She prior to coming to DOE, she led a very major international collaboration organization, a major team effort. So bringing with her a huge background and experience in international collaboration coordination. And so these are really great opportunities for Office of Science as we fill these very important leadership positions. We also have recently made some changes to the names of two organizations. One is the Scientific Workforce CEI office. We rename it to Office of Scientific Workforce and Integrity as a way of better reflecting the functions of that office. And also in turn, we also renamed the top box, which oversee the WDTS and the Workforce Integrity Office, into the Office of Energy Sciences Workforce Stewardship. Again, nothing has changed in the functions and mission, but then changing the name to better reflecting the actual stewardship role that that office is tasked to do. So next slide, please. So this is the one single slide that I will not dwell on that, but this is such a huge opportunity for the Office of Science, especially for Oscar. Oscar really had the vision and the foresight to essentially lead Office of Science in starting some of the strategic planning workshop activities and reports, I think maybe 3-4 years ago, and maybe even longer. And then the recent AI for science, technology, security. Anyway, yeah. So this is really so very important because Office of Science that established the credibility of the science as a major leader in the Office of Science, and also signal that to the whole community, and such a strong foundation for us to build on. It really is an exciting moment. I won't steal Jaren's thunder, but I think now the other programs are following suit. We have additional roundtables that will be organized to continue to build on this really wonderful foundation that Oscar has established. So let me spend the remaining time and give you a quick update on the research security landscape, posture, and processes that DOE is developing. Next slide, please. So just as a brief introduction and overview, I forgot which secretary that was, but then I think he famously said that this department has such a broad range of mission from Quark to Quagmire and from weapons to windmill. So that is indeed, I think, a very reflective quote of the mission. And as such, when we develop policies for research, technology, and economic security, we call them the artists. The policies have to be able to fit this broad range of risk posture, activities, performers, different mission space. So, and this risk-based policy also need to make sure that we do not compromise the ability to attract and retain the best and the brightest into supporting the DOE mission. We also need to continue to build on, I think, especially for the Office of Science mission, the openness, the transparency, the parity, the reciprocity that we engage in, not just in our everyday collaboration, especially with international collaborations, to have that principled collaborations reflecting really the core tenet of what the U.S. S&T infrastructure and system is so well known and built on, that openness and transparency. And we continue to support scientist-to-scientist ties and scientific community interests. At the end of the day, if we can provide a very secure system, but losing the US competitiveness, I think all of these will be in vain. So it's really that kind of set of guiding principles that we want to hold dear as we work with the rest of the department in developing the ARTIS policies. And has not been an overnight journey. We have been at this for close to 10 years, actually. Next slide, please. So shows here is the timeline of kind of the department's journey in refining, evolving our ARTIS posture. Starting in 2016, that was the time that we're starting to know that there could be undue influence from foreign entities to misappropriate taxpayer-funded research and information technologies. So the department had formed a working group on research security. It was more ad hoc. It was not as formal as, and the sensitivity is not as heightened or politically charged as the current atmosphere that we're experiencing now. But all through this time, the department was beginning to organize and recognize that there's need to at least focus the efforts at national laboratories, since we all know that our national laboratories were established to really steward some of the highest, from classified research to really some very secure technology that requires protection. So the emphasis at that time was to look at the internal process in DOE laboratories as well as federal employees to make sure that we can indeed put the guardrails to prevent undue foreign influence and looking at that foreign nexus. So as a result of that, in 2019, the department issued the guidance to prohibit federal employees in the department as well as contractors at DOE national laboratories to participate in foreign country-sponsored program. These are from the 4 countries of concern: China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. So that was, I think DOE was probably one of the very first agency to have that very visible posture in protecting the research security. At that time, the department working with the 17 national laboratories also starting to explore In addition to personnel, physical and research security on site, what kind of research topics would require additional vetting and oversight? And that was the idea of the science and technology risk matrix. 6 topics were identified, and many of them actually are stewarded by ASCAC: quantum, AI, high performance computing, batteries and energy storage, biotechnology, and accelerator R&D. These are viewed as critical, emerging, and possibly dual use. So for these topical areas, the reason that we established these is that if you consider classified research, we have classification guide to really discern whether the level of protection needed. For export control, there's a very clear guidance. But for these emerging and critical technologies, it's not very clear what we need to protect and what we actually really need to encourage collaboration. So the scheme, after working with the 17 national laboratories, and there were some subsequent workshops held, was devise a scheme to divide the topics into green, yellow, and red. For green and yellow, it was really regarded, especially green, there could be a net gain in benefit to the US if the US researchers at national laboratories are collaborating broadly, including with countries, researchers from countries of concern. The yellow, as we get closer to perhaps higher technology readiness level or higher, closer to application level, would require some further review before proceeding with collaboration. And the red area is the one that will actually require further review and approval, and that has been delegated to the undersecretary level, Dr. Richmond. So that, I think, to the rest of the community, and we're now seeing other agencies starting to pay attention to this level of gradation, again, risk-based approach on protecting vetting of collaborations with countries of concern. So the earlier protection, earlier efforts are primarily focusing on national laboratories. And this really by design, because at that time, especially in the 2020 and 2021, that was when the National Security Presidential Memorandum, SPM 33, was being developed and finalized, I think, in the waning days of President Trump's administration. January 21, SPM 33 was released and was actually transitioned into the Biden-Harris administration with implementation guidance released in January 2022. These guidance further codify, solidify the requirements as well as the expectations of how and what to protect in terms of the potential undue influence from countries of concern. So as these national guidance was being developed and released, there was also a concurrent interagency effort led by a lot of agencies and also OSTP, NSF and NIH have been the front runners in developing and actually DoD-based research have been actually quite proactive in leading some of their research security posture. For example, many of you may know that DoD has released their decision matrix to really signal the institutions that may raise the risk profile or topical areas and so forth. So these are the DOE risk mitigation security policies. We're trying to harmonize with the other agencies, and that is actually, if we fast track to today, if we consider what DOE is currently doing versus the 2016, there are actually 3 major things. One is that there have been more efforts to strengthen the DOE orders and policies governing our national laboratories research security, and that covers both federal employees and the national laboratory contractors in terms of the foreign engagement, foreign travel, work for others or sponsor SPP projects from foreign entities, especially from countries of concern. So there are additional efforts to strengthen those protections. At the same time, there's also a heightened emphasis on transparency, especially the foreign nexus, the foreign affiliation of foreign sources of support, including in-kind contribution, gifts, foreign travel, and so forth. So that's a very major evolution in terms of how DOE is treating research security for national laboratories employee and federal employees as a way to convince the community, especially if you read the news, lots of congressional inquiries about foreign misappropriation of taxpayer-funded research. I think from our point of view, we need to demonstrate that there are guardrails that we're protecting these precious intellectual property generated by the taxpayers, but at the same time, not to compromise the integrity and the openness and transparency of the US innovation ecosystem. And I think that is really what I see, what Office of Science is trying to balance. And another two very important development is the formalization of the artist working group and also creating a new office to do due diligence review. So let's go to the next slide. So these are the two things. So the working group actually serving a very important function and has a representative from across the department is really to harmonize the artist policies, and not only across the department elements, but also to make sure that we're also harmonizing the research security policies, procedures with other similar sister agencies from NSF to DOD to NIH. There was also, the department is in the process of finalizing our conflict of interest and conflict commitment review, and through this, even though we issue a COI/COC policy as interim a couple years ago. The second part is the creation of this artist office. This office actually sits under our International Affairs Office. Is tasked to do kind of three phases of review. Phase one is that before we issue any funding opportunity announcement, we are required to send the FOAs to this office to review, to making sure that the right language is consistently applied for potential due diligence review and mitigation. That's the first phase. The second phase is that when our proposals pass the peer reviews and are regarded as highly meritorious, before funding, the phase two review would then involve reviewing the proposals, these potentially funded, to be funded proposals to evaluate foreign nexus for potential risks and whether mitigations would be needed. And the third phase is really throughout the life cycle of these grants, is to making sure that if there are key personnel changes throughout the life cycle of the grants, that these key personnel changes are also being reviewed by the office. So that is the current posture of how the artist office is interfacing with programs such as Office of Science. And we actually already started that process this year with several of the FOAs and the proposals being flagged for further reviews. So far, our experience is that it does add additional time, not only on the time to award, but also additional efforts from our program staff, because it is a conversation, it's a discussion with artists, because they are not the subject matter experts in terms of really assessing the risk of each of the topical areas the research proposals is addressing, and informing them, educating them on the level of risk. So collectively, we can really protect the things that we need to protect without really hampering the whole innovation ecosystem by these due diligence reviews. So anyway, so those are the major changes that we have seen in the financial assistance. These are university grants. And maybe the next slide is that office is tasked by the secretary and the DevSec to do due diligence liaison assessment, also information sharing internally, and also communication outreach to the external community. So next slide, please. So what has changed in the Office of Science space for financial assistance? Actually, not a lot currently. So we continue to recommend universal disclosure, sources of support, positions, appointments, especially with countries of concerns. Continue to recommend the use of Science CV, which has been stewarded by NIH. And we have found that to be very helpful to reduce administrative burdens by allowing the use of especially the digital persistent identifier. We have also announced acceptance of the interagency common form for current and pending support and biosketches. So earlier this year, the interagency, along with OSTP, has voted to accept the NSF stewarded common form as the uniform format. I think that is a huge win for the interagency. Just imagine those of you submitting proposal to NSF and then to Office of Science, you have to every time fill out a different form. So that I think hopefully will further reduce administrative burden, at least in the earlier part of the application process. We are also, since we're part of the interagency process, we're strongly supporting other agencies' efforts, including DOD and NIH recently publicized their decision matrices, and NSF has released their trust framework. In fact, they're using quantum as the test case to test their trust framework, and also continued development of the NSF Secure Center. These are grant awards to help develop best practices for research security. As you know, under SPM 33, institutions with over $50 million of federal support are required to establish their own research security programs. A lot of collective learning from the community. And one thing that I really would like to stress is that these cannot be successful if it's purely a compliance effort. And what we're trying to do is make sure that people understand what are the risks, so we can build that in as the culture as we're protecting what is the most sensitive technologies and informations that should be carefully guarded without undue unintended sharing, especially with malign actors trying to misappropriate this information. Again, we're continue to look to these achievements, relay policies, continue consider approach to our financial assistance. My understanding is that the Artist Office is about to release our own decision matrices very soon. And I'm really hopeful that all of you could then provide your feedback to us as we continue to make our process transparent and also indeed protecting those areas of research that we should be protecting in an effective way. I think I could probably just quickly run through the other slides. Yeah, I've already talked about the S&T matrix, and these are applying to national laboratories, engaging with the countries of concern and covering activities such as foreign engagement, CRADAs, SPP, official travel, and foreign national access to our labs. On the next slide is that we have recently updated the S&T matrix. Interestingly, if you compare the matrix from 2019 to 2023, even though technologies are advancing, only 10% of the matrix got updated. So, so that actually is not a bad thing, because it shows that we have a way of hopefully managing these are very quickly evolving technology space. Of course, we want to make sure that with the artist policy and also the different White House guidance that throughout the department, our orders, our policies are harmonized that way. And let me end with the last slide. I think this is really interagency and community engagement, including conversation with you all. We continue to engage professional societies, including COGR, AAU, APLU, and also especially affected community, Asian community, engaging meaningful ways to demonstrate our commitment to hearing all voices. And also, we are working very, very well with our interagency partners and NS7 NIH. In fact, DOE, NS7 NIH, along with OSTP, are co-chairing the research security subcommittee. So we actually have a very prominent role to play in the interagency space. So anyway, that's to the extent of my update today, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Let's take some questions, please. Roscoe?
Yeah, I'm sort of unfamiliar with a lot of the research structure that you were describing, and I just had a sort of broad question. It sounds like there are lots of mechanisms and transparency to understand what's happening and to put in processes and procedures. Is there a good sense of feedback about whether those are actually being effective and, you know, at sort of at ground level? It all, to me, perhaps because I can't see it very well, seem very high level and general, as opposed to dealing with very specific things at a low level and getting feedback to know that it's being effective.
I think Jared and others could comment on that, but at the minimum, we're lengthening the time from the proposal, receiving the proposal to the award, because you are just adding at least 2 more stages to the due diligence review process. And at the same time, I really feel like this is an education and dialogue with that office. It is not feasible for them to be staff up so they know really the in-depth technical science and technical knowledge that each of our individual program managers would have. So I'm hoping that as the due diligence review process goes on, there will be more familiarity as to what are really the risk posture that we can assume in terms of protecting the most important things that we do need to protect. For most of the things that we support are really open literature research that hopefully will get a more speedy review and approval through that process. So I'm really concerned about is the timing and the administrative burden to our staff at a minimum. I think in the longer term, it's actually the interagency group is starting to focus on is how do we really measure the effectiveness of these guardrails that we put in, right? So at the minimum, I'm hoping that we will not be impacting the productivity, the impact, at least the sense of international collaboration network that have proven to be very useful, constructive, and successful. So there are concrete things we can probably measure from publications to citations to even the overall health of the innovation ecosystem. But what I think my worry is that there could be less quantifiable metrics, such as the chilling effect that we may be putting into our innovation ecosystem. So I think it's an active conversation that I'm hoping that this is not supposed to just be a one-way telling you, of course, that it's important to, but I think we really intending for you to let us know if this is going too far, if there are better ways to protecting these sensitive technologies and information. I think Oscar, especially, you're at a very bleeding edge on some of these technologies that we know the countries of concerns are eagerly trying to acquire. So help us really do the right thing and not to really hamper the kind of principle international collaboration we want to cultivate. So I think that is hopefully that's my current view. So.
Okay, Christina.
I know you referred to the chilling effect. Initially, you have referred to the time for approval. That's one of the things that was really, the more approvals you put, the things take longer. But I was thinking about exactly the investigator, the member that is trying to figure out how to go around this. Is this confusing for them? Is it, I mean, the chilling too. Sometimes you just say, this is too much work. I'm just going to abandon this and not include that particular partner.
That's really an excellent point. I think for all the research security guardrails to work, we have to have really clarity, right? So we want to make sure the community know it's very easy for you to do the right things and very hard for you to do the wrong thing. So I think that ultimately is the goal of setting these artist policies. How we can make them as transparent, easy to follow, so you know what to disclose and what kind of relationships could be problematic, and then have a conversation with us. And with us actually means that that office is now in charge of discussion with the sponsor research office whenever there are potential issues arise. So I think there is also a certain level of privacy protection as well, because any issues could be viewed as really stigmatized certain researchers in these review process. But I really appreciate your question.
Irene.
Not to make the job of the new office even more difficult, but will ARTES also be engaging in related topics such as ITAR, which are also moving?
I believe ITAR is being overseen by different parts of the department, but I think there could be value in coordinating some of these potentially related issues. But I think that point is very valid.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rick.
So the same thing, but relative to FOIA. Is there consistency in FOIA requests in reviewing?
Yeah, again, FOIA is a different part of the department. So far, we have not seen a lot of FOIA requests intersecting with the artists, but I could really see that coming. And oftentimes it will be up to the program office, such as OSCAR, to really make sure that we have a consistent approach in protecting the privacy and anonymity, but also making sure that the things that we need to protect are being protected.
Any further questions? Well, maybe I could ask one question. You know, we function by attracting the best and brightest from all around the world. Sometimes, and I see this in my own university, some of those students come from countries which are slightly problematic, shall we say. Yet those students, I have a sense, also are quite possibly good potential future citizens. So how do we balance this tension between the desire of people to come here and make a contribution with the clear need for research security, and how do we sort of make the process, and this goes back to the chilling effect words, how do we make the process sufficiently robust that it takes into account the different circumstances of people and their different kind of aspirations and ambitions?
That's really, you hit the nail on the head. I think the reason the whole interagency group has spent so much time in fine-tuning these policies, exactly, we cannot risk losing this critical pipeline of talents, especially we know that just from statistics, countries of concern has been a vital source of talent that has been feeding on the innovation ecosystem of the US. The fact that the US, we have not been training enough STEM researchers, that dependence could be very much threatened if we do the wrong thing here. So I think all of these, there's really no prohibition from singling out nationality. I think what is important is to make sure that the areas of engagement with countries of concern are in the areas that we think are lower risk. Is that as we get closer to the, even in the red areas, we have requested approval and have gotten approvals for engagement with countries, personnel from countries of concern. So I think making the rules easy and transparent and clear for people to follow. So we want this, especially speaking for Office of Science, if we can make our system really open and welcoming to all people, including countries of risk, but really understanding the areas that we can openly collaborate. And if we take the S&T matrix, the green in particular, yellow a little bit, we just need to pay a little bit more attention, and red, we just need to ask for permission. If we think that there are critical skill set that certain people would need to be involved in, then we just go ahead and ask. And those are, we actually have several very successful examples in getting approvals for such engagement.
Thank you for that very helpful answer. Any more questions? Are there any questions online? Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming to talk to us, and thank you for such a clear and comprehensive review of the situation.
Thank you all again for your contribution to ASCAC and to Office of Science.
So I think, and thank you very much, Harriet. We don't want to get ahead too much ahead of the agenda, because I know that some people are calling in. So, and I promised breaks last time we met, including to myself. So I suggest that we take a very short break and then reconvene at 11:15, so that we stay consistent with the agenda and take some breaks. So.
See the table. Wow, it's right happened. Yep, pretty good. I made the mistake of agreeing to be troop leader for my daughter's Girl Scout troop. I underestimated the amount of work that was involved when we just did our camping trip, and I was trying to reduce my burden by having my camp trained parent plan the camping trip, so I can focus more on the rest of the year on the other activities. Except that person had a family issue, an emergency, and so I had to also plan the trip, which turned out great. And I was trained in slingshots, so I was the
All right, hopefully you guys can see me and hear me. Thank you very much again. Let's just go ahead and get started. An update from me, maybe a little disclaimer first. The exciting stuff is gonna come from the division director. So I'm gonna drill down into the budget information that Harry was talking about. But then you're gonna hear from Hal today from the research division, and Ben tomorrow about the an update from the facilities division. Okay, so there's a delay in this thing. Let's see, let's start with the org chart. As you know, we have been slowly rebuilding the team within the OSCAR. We were hit by a retirement wave at some point right after COVID. We still have quite a few vacant positions, but I'm also very happy today to report two newish permanent members within OSCAR, but also two temporary members. So, these are the positions that I highlighted. Maybe one thing to add here, last time I did advertise the Advanced Computing Technology Division Director position. That position closed since then. The hiring process is ongoing. I hope to be able to give you an update next time we meet. So I did say newish because, of course, Hal Finkel is not new, but he is somewhat newish in his permanent position. Of course, I'm very happy to be able to announce him as the permanent research division director in OSCAR. Hal joined OSCAR in October 2020 as a program manager in the computational science research and partnerships division for computer science research. And he has been acting as the research division director since February 2023. Of course, prior to joining OSCAR, Hal spent nearly a decade at the Argonne National Laboratory as a physicist and computational scientist at ALCF. Among his many accomplishments is, of course, the team that he led contributed significantly to the efforts of exascale computing project, in addition to exploring artificial intelligence, quantum computing, spatial architectures, and other forward-looking technologies. He served as a vice chair of the C++ Standards Committee for 5 years and served on the board of the directors for the LLVM Foundation. He holds a PhD in physics from Yale University and a Bachelor of Science from Drexel. I am also very happy to announce Dr. Tanner Crowder, who is sitting on the table there as the new senior technical advisor who will report directly to me. He only started actually a couple of weeks ago, and prior to joining OSCAR, he spent over 15 years at the Naval Research Laboratory, where he served as a PI on several projects advancing quantum computing, sensing, and communications. For the last 3 years, he was at OSTP in the National Quantum Coordination Office, where he served as a senior policy advisor and has led activities around the economic and national security implications of QIS and access to quantum-related R&D, as well as in the industrial engagement. He has a Bachelor's of Science degree in mathematics and physics from the College of William and Mary, and a PhD in mathematics from Harvard University. We're very happy to have these two permanent members and continue building the team. At the same time, the facilities division welcomed 2 new members. This summer, we have Mahfouzan Nabi, who is a new Federal Pathways intern in the facilities division with an appointment through December 2024. Mahfouzan recently completed his Master of Science degree in physics from California State University, and he's currently helping us. He also obtained his bachelor's in physics with a minor in mathematics from the University of California, Los Angeles. And he will leave us this spring, to actually enter the physics PhD program at the University of Southern California. And it is so great to have maybe people who are more roots in the academic life as students in the Oscar office, so that they give us fresh ideas. He already told us a lot about how we need to revamp our recruitment strategy to be able to attract younger people. Of course, we're quite archaic at this point. We also welcome Dr. Jeremy Crampton. Actually, last week, he is the new AAAS Science and Technology Policy Fellow in the Facilities Division with an appointment through August 2025. He's coming with 3 decades of experience in academia at George Mason University, Georgia State, and the University of Kentucky, and Newcastle University as Professor of Urban Data Analysis. He's an interdisciplinary social scientist and geographer with research interests in spatial science, mapping, geographic information science, and geospatial technologies. Again, we're very happy to be able to attract more people with diverse backgrounds so that we have more input from diverse communities. Okay, thank you. I think you did that. All right. So let me quickly talk. Not quickly, I'm going to drill down a little bit on the budget, and I'm not going to necessarily go down the different numbers here, but there has been some movement in terms of the 2025 budget. And after of course, the request came out, we have the House and Senate marks, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about them. Okay. So the House mark, of course, again, acknowledges Oscar program in terms of our mission space and how we develop and host some of the world's fastest computing and networking capabilities to enable science and energy modeling, simulation and research. House markup provides $219 million for ALCF, 260 million for OLCF, 146.5 million, half million for National Energy Research for NERSC, basically, and 93,540 to support necessary infrastructure for ESNet, 16 million for high performance data facility. The department is directed to provide the committee not later than 180 days after enactment of this act, a report that includes an analysis and discussion of the department's ongoing efforts to acquire high performance and quantum computing systems, advanced research and quantum error correction, and develop a strategy for expanding and integrating quantum error correction research activities within the Oscar program. On the research side, the markup provides 330 million for mathematical, computational, and computer sciences research. That includes up to 35 million to support research to develop, a new path to energy efficient computing with large shared memory pools. Continuing on, these are the first slide that I've showed about the House markup is really this specific language for advanced scientific computing research. But of course, there are other language elsewhere in the markup that is not necessarily under the advanced scientific computing research section, but that is related to advanced scientific computing research. Harriet already mentioned this. The recommendation provides not less than 245 million for quantum information science. 120 million of this is for research and 125 million for the centers. We are directed to establish a roadmap that integrates the scientific goals of each of the quantum centers. And this also includes a discussion of remaining goals that are to be met by future renewals of the quantum centers. Of course, the committee supports efforts to expand quantum internet, networking, and communications testbeds. At the same time, and Harriet alluded to this a little bit, the committee provides up to 15 million for QUEST, the Quantum User Expansion for Science and Technology program, and also 20 million to strengthen efforts to develop testbeds on high-performance computing facilities to study how to effectively interface and integrate quantum processing units. Not related to quantum, but another bullet that's been actually in our markups previously, and that is to expand our relationship with NIH, especially including National Institute of Mental Health, including through strategic partnership projects to work together more strategically to leverage the department's research capabilities. And that includes instrumentation, materials, modeling and simulation, and data science. Couple of more related topics to Oscar in the markup. Again, Harriet talked about this. The recommendation includes no funding for Renew and FAIR. For energy Earthshots, the recommendation provides $5 million for advanced scientific computing research. In terms of microelectronics, the markup raises some concerns about our ability to be able to sustain the investments for the centers, the microelectronics centers that are yet to be announced, and Hal will talk about a little bit more about them. And the committee expects for the Office of Science to ensure that any funding awards in support of these centers remain flexible. For EPSCoR, the recommendation is not less than 35 million across Office of Science programs. And of course, for artificial intelligence, there is a lot of language that I probably wasn't able to include all of it here, with the committee commending the department for its announced strategy to adopt and implement AI in a scalable, secure, and interoperable manner. So a lot of this actually builds on the efforts from this community and the community engagement activities that we've been stewarding and participating in. Moving on to the Senate markup, again, we have strong support from the committee in terms of our leadership in emerging areas relevant to the department's mission. And that includes artificial intelligence and quantum information science, but also, of course, our leadership in high performance, conventional high performance computing in a way, and our exascale computing project. Overall, the recommendation is 225 million for ALCF, 260 million for OLCF, 146 million for NERSC, 93 million for ESNet, and 7 million for HPDF. Again, the committee is directing us to provide not later than 180 days after enactment of this act and prior to the obligation of any funds for the upgrade of the facilities, a briefing on a coordinated department plan for what leadership computing facilities should accomplish post-exascale. I think this is something that's obviously in everybody's mind. On the research side, the recommendation is not less than 300 million for research. That includes not less than 20 million for CSGF and up to 35 million to support research to develop a new path to energy efficient computing with large shared memory pools. At the same time, the funding is recommended for the development of advanced memory technologies from hundreds of terabytes to petabytes to advanced artificial intelligence and analytics for science applications, again, for a very large memory systems and memory semantic storage. The committee directs Office of Science to implement a hybrid HPC quantum computing pathfinder program at a leadership computing facility, which leadership computing facility, of course, this is not specified in the report language, but the recommendation is up to 15 million for this designated LCF to acquire an on-prem quantum computer via a competitive process. Additionally, the committee recommends up to 10 million for a parallel R&D program that addresses basic research challenges in algorithms and software stack for this integration to work efficiently. There are other language, of course. Again, the first slide of the Senate markup was really about the language that's under the advanced scientific computing research specifically, but there's, of course, a lot other language in the report that is related to advanced scientific computing research. For quantum information science, not less than 265 million, and that includes not less than 120 million for research and 125 million for the centers. For artificial intelligence and machine learning, there's a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of language in the report. I'm not going to attempt to read the whole thing, but one thing to note here, the committee recommends not less than 160 million for AI, and the committee actually expects advanced scientific computing research to take a lead role within the department's artificial intelligence and machine learning activities. Again, you will hear today a little bit more about the newly established Critical and Emerging Technologies Office within the Department of Energy. The committee recommends 5 million for this newly established office. Overall, there's a lot of support in this report about expanding our efforts in AI and building on really Oscar-led community engagement activities like the AI for Energy report and AI for Science, Energy, and Security report. Couple of more statements from the report related to Oscar. For microelectronics, not less than 110 million for microelectronics. There is some language related to Accelerate program. The committee encourages Office of Science to continue to support the Accelerate Innovations in Emerging Technologies program and its critical work to de-risk revolutionary energy efficient semiconductors, used for AI, high performance computing, and data centers. Again, in the Senate markup, there's support for Renew and FAIR initiatives, and of course, a recommendation of 35 million for F-score. At the same time, for the energy Earthshots, up to 15 million from advanced scientific computing research. Okay, so how does this all come together? I tried to put some things together in the table, but maybe a word of caution here is that not everything that I mentioned that are related to Oscar is not necessarily included in the table because I ran out of space, but really I included things that are that specifically appears under the Oscar section. What I mean by that, for example, the House mark includes 330 million for Oscar research, but that includes the 35 million for large shared memory that I mentioned before, and the Quest funding and the Earthshots funding, etc., that are mentioned elsewhere in the report, not necessarily under the advanced scientific computing research. At the same time, for the Senate mark, not less than 300 million, that includes 20 million for CSGF, 35 million for large shared memory pools, 10 million for the QIS hybrid program that's recommended, and other things like the Earthshots, etc., that are mentioned in the report. For the on-prem quantum computer acquisition, I put it in parentheses because the LCF is not necessarily specified in the report language, but assuming it's going to be either ALCF or LCF, that includes 15 million for that facility to acquire an on-prem quantum computer. Okay, I hope that I didn't bore you too much, but I'm happy to answer any questions that I can about the budget. But I'm going to move on to provide a couple of more updates on Oscar. You will get a chance to hear from Irene Qualters today about the new ASCAC charge. Over the summer, ASCAC was given a new charge to evaluate the really decades-long ongoing program that we have, the Computational Science Graduate Fellowship. And there are a couple of questions that are specified in the charge. Does CSGF provide students with an effective and impactful program of appropriate quality and breadth? Is there a unique role for CSGF in the landscape of federal graduate fellowship programs? Is the program attracting diverse applicants and making awards to diverse cohorts? How can CSGF reach a broader applicant pool? Is the program appropriately tailored to support the computational scientist workforce needed at the DOE laboratories? What is the most effective governance model for the program? How should the CSGF evolve to ensure the best experience for students? And is the program appropriately supporting students at institutions historically underrepresented in the federal research landscape? I really want to thank Irene Qualters for agreeing to serve as the subcommittee chair, and she'll be able to give us a quick update on the subcommittee that was formed and the activities that they've been undertaking so far. This is, of course, a very important program to us, and we really look forward to receiving the community's input. Couple of other Oscar community news. We recently, over the summer, we announced a new collaboration between Department of Energy and DARPA in quantum computing specifically. This is a new memorandum of understanding for establishing a framework for planning and coordinating future research, development, engineering, and test and evaluation activities related to quantum computing. We are in discussions with DARPA on this, on how we're going to implement this MOU. But this is a very exciting development from our point of view. Of course, as we look at the future of computing, more and more strengthening our partnerships, not only at the interagency level, but perhaps internationally and with the industry members, is going to be very important, because we cannot do it all alone. We've also had a string of workshops in September. A lot of these activities actually happened in September, so it's been quite a busy month. But we had these, the trio of workshops that Hal will be able to talk a little bit more about on energy efficient, analog, and neuromorphic computing a couple of weeks ago. And I'm hoping that next time we meet, we'll be able to give you more information about the outcome of these workshops and the resulting reports. In terms of the PI meetings, of course, we have the long-running SIDAC program that is a partnership program, not only within the Office of Science but DOE. We've held our annual PI meeting. At the same time, I believe that was last week, we've held actually the first National QIS Research Center's PI meeting. Of course, Oscar is a major participant in this program, and it was a great event. Unfortunately, of course, the start of these centers overlapped with the COVID, and this was something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and finally we were able to pull it off and bring the incredible researchers that are part of this ecosystem. At the same time, Oscar, of course, participated in the Science Summit for Energy Earthshot Innovation that brought together the current investigators that are being funded by the Earthshots program. Okay, so I think this is like the couple of last slides that I have. Exascale computing project officially completed. So we are very proud, not only as Oscar, but as the department, to be able to bring this to completion. And what a great success story. I think the only thing that I regret on this slide is that there is not a one picture where we can actually show over 1,000 people that were supported by this project. So I pulled this picture, and this is the, I think, one of the most recent meetings of the, or the last meetings of the industry and other agency council. So not only Exascale computing project was, of course, not only a community event in terms of the researchers that are part of the ecosystem, but also everybody else who really believed in us. And that certainly includes the our industry users and our interagency partners. So that's why I picked this picture. but of course that doesn't even reflect the reach that the project had in terms of the numbers of people who worked on this. What I want to say here, we did complete the exascale computing project, but that is not the end. And I think I've said that before. The exascale science era is now starting, and there's incredible work that's being done in the machine on Frontier, and you're going to be able to hear, of course, from Bronson today on the incredible scientific breakthroughs. But it's not about the machines, of course, not necessarily. It's about the ecosystem that was built as part of the exascale computing project. And as we look forward to the future, I want to leave you with a couple of thoughts. The legacy of exascale computing project is, of course, incredible, and we will continue to push the frontiers in scientific breakthroughs by advancing and pushing innovations in high performance computing. And you will hear more from the two divisions today, but that really builds on a couple of core principles, in my opinion. Building a strong foundation, not only in research, but in facilities. And you will hear from Hal today about the competitive portfolios in the research. I think at least in the last decade, more than a decade that I've been in ASCAC, we weren't able to actually compete and come up with a consolidated core research portfolio within the research division. And we did that this year. So we're quite excited about the outcome. At the same time, we want to have a strong community. We want to continue nurturing our strong community. And that includes, of course, not only the researchers that we support, but the incredible ecosystem that we have within the facilities. I did mention it's not just about the machines and acquiring these machines. It's everything that goes with acquiring and deploying and operating and making these machines available. And that's just the town of people that we have in the ASCAC user facilities. Strong partnerships. As we move to the future, we look at the future of high performance computing. And as we continue making contributions in what we call emerging technologies, but they're not that emerging anymore, like quantum information science and artificial intelligence. We need to have strong partnerships. We certainly want to continue the partnerships that we already have with interagency partners like NSF and NIH, and you'll get to hear from Katie today about NAIR. But we want to build more partnerships, like our recent partnership with DARPA, and of course strengthen our partnerships with industry members. And the last thought that I really have is that when I look at the ASCAC, and when somebody asks me how I describe ASCAC, ASCAC builds and thrives on daring ideas. And we certainly want to have an ecosystem, a community that nurtures these daring ideas. You will get to hear from one of our PIs who's been supported by the ASCA's Express program. This is a small program that we have that really awards the high risk, high reward projects. This is just an example. Exascale computing was a daring idea when it first came up. And not only it was because the, increasing the performance of the computers and making them faster, but given the community very ambitious goals in energy efficiency, for example. And we've achieved that. And we want to make sure that we hear the community's daring ideas, and we hear your daring ideas. And I think that is going to be very important for us moving forward. So with that, I think the only thing that I want to say here is that we do have office hours that we've started last March. And this is, if you want to learn more about them, please see our website. We hold these office hours on the second Tuesday of every month. And of course, hopefully more and more people will be able to join them so that we can tell them all the great things that we do in the advanced scientific computer research. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions, please. Roscoe.
Yeah, just I was just curious about additional, if you had any additional comments about the level of funding for the facilities, particularly the data facility. Between the 16 and the 9 million, sort of, is that on track reasonably with the report, or?
So the House mark is consistent with with our request, of course. With the Senate mark, again, we are exploring, the discrepancy in the Senate mark in a way. And one thing that we want to mention is, of course, this is a new project that's still building up, and we will make sure, no matter what happens, of course, at the conference, to be able to support building up the team necessary for that project to be successful within the available funds that we have.
Okay, thank you. I also, since I got to grab the floor for a minute, wanted to mention it. It probably should have said something at Harriet's presentation, but I, of course, was disappointed with the House mark on Renew and Fair, though politically that may be understandable given people's orientation. I think that represents, a real missed opportunity, and I'm very disappointed in that.
Okay, further questions? Any comments on the quantum side of things, for example?
Not on the quantum side of things, but give me a little bit more color on the budget. What are you excited about? What surprised you? What you're excited about? And what are you concerned about?
In general?
Yeah, yeah, in general.
It's almost like an interview question, so let me pick. I appreciate that. So what am I excited about? I think we have an opportunity here to really shape the future of computing. It's a very exciting time in the sense that we have a like one-of-a-kind ecosystem that we created as part of the exascale computing project, and we see the rise in popularity and advancements in AI. I think we do have a very good opportunity here to be able to combine the power of the high fidelity simulations and, of course, AI, and do things that we weren't able to do in science. At the same time, I think there are lots of exciting opportunities in terms of trying to merge different methods and computing technologies like quantum information science, artificial intelligence, and conventional HPC, right? And there are lots of challenges in order to do that, but our community is well equipped to be able to face those challenges and tackle them. What am I, was that the second part of the question, was that what am I concerned about? I don't know that I'm really concerned about anything too much, in the sense that we do have a very strong community, and maybe a slight concern that I have, and that's something that we need to continue working on as a community, is describing the value of basic research and how the basic research lays foundations, and you may not be able to see the results in the next year or in the next 3 years or etc. But without that kind of investments, sustained investments, we wouldn't have been able to see the advancements that we see in things that people are very excited about, like artificial intelligence. So it is hard to tell that story. We know that story, you know that story, but it is, we do have that challenge, I think, not only within ASCAC, but probably in other Office of Science programs too, to be able to tell that story that resonates with other people.
And I think we have an online question from Krista, right?
Yeah, thank you, Jaren, for the great summary and overview. I have 2 questions, actually. One is, I'd love to hear more about the DARPA and DOE MOU and the objectives there, what you see coming from that, that increased relationship. And then my second question is, what do you think is needed to kick off the next version of an exascale computing project that really looks at bringing together, right, integrating across the different disruptive technologies? What are the steps, especially in OSCAR, that we could be taking to enable that?
Sure. Thank you, Krista. So I can tell you a little bit about the DARPA announcement. And of course, we are, this is a fairly recent announcement, and we are actually working with DARPA in terms of how we're going to implement the different collaboration opportunities that we have. So I'm not going to be able to tell you a lot. But one of the things that we are certainly interested in is collaborating in investigating the utility of quantum computers. Of course, as you know, the DARPA has a quantum benchmarking initiative that they announced at the same time as this MOU. This is certainly a topic of interest to us, but it's not the only topic that we're interested in quantum computing, of course. So we see a lot of synergies, but again, I hope that I will be able to tell you a little bit more about how we're going to move forward in that collaboration. So maybe moving on to your second question about the post-exascale or the second exascale computing project, that the way that you described it. I think, again, we build on community input and community engagement and community push. And in order to really get that kind of feedback and input from our community, we've started with these workshops that Hal will be able to talk a little bit more about. And again, I think it is important to lead the community in terms of giving them ambitious goals for the scale computing project. Not only we've given our community a goal of reaching the exascale, we've given the community a goal of reaching the exascale before what the HPC industry roadmaps showed. And we've also given our community a goal to reach exascale computing within a certain power envelope at the time 20 megawatts, and we've achieved that. So that is kind of what I'm talking about in terms of daring ideas. And as we move forward, the challenges of integrating different technologies and advancing high performance computing as a whole is even a more challenging task than it was at the exascale. But again, as a federal agency, we need to lead the community with ambitious goals, especially, for example, in energy efficiency. I think the energy consumption of the data centers is in everybody's mind, and certainly that is something that we deeply care about.
Okay, we have online question now from Juan, first of all, and then Gil.
All right, thank you. And thank you for that update. It's really, really nice. Let's see, I'm going to build on the question earlier about maybe what concerned you most about the budget. I didn't hear anything with regards to, where are we relative to China? So with regards to the investments, where do you think we're falling behind the most, and what areas concern you most with regards to where China is advancing?
That is a very good question. Of course, again, the information that we have about different countries is something that we monitor closely, but at the same time, it is also something that we take with a grain of salt, because it's never easy to find precise information about especially what China is doing. Overall, obviously, they have very ambitious goals in terms of advancing different fields, not only quantum computing or artificial intelligence, but also, of course, high performance conventional computers, and looking at the faster computers past exascale. So I think we need to be very mindful of that. What we're seeing is not a specific focus on one technology, but the need to advance high computing in general as a whole. And we see that they make a lot of investments with that goal, which is something that, of course, we deeply care about as well. At the same time, building the community and attracting more students, and in some cases even foreign researchers, is something that we see that they're working on. And of course, we have the same goals too. We want to be able to attract the best and brightest. So I think that makes it even more relevant, the discussion that we had with Harriet this morning. Again, it's very hard for me to compare, our investment levels versus their investment levels, because I certainly do not have that kind of precise information. But it is very clear that they have very ambitious goals.
Gil?
Yeah, a very nice presentation. I'm also interested, as Krista is, in the DARPA MOU. And what I would encourage you to do is, I know there's a strong need to use the department for verification and validation, but I believe the department has so much more than that to offer in the field. And I would encourage you not to only do verification and validation. They're intellectually, I think there are a lot of advances within all of the Office of Science and NSA labs that can contribute. And if you just do D&V, you'll look more like a CETA than a national lab. Over.
Yes, that is absolutely a very valid comment, and I really appreciate your comment. That is certainly true. And we have so many things that we can bring to the table. And in fact, that has been our strategy in quantum information science, that not only make investments, but make investments that leverages our unique strengths within the DOE complex, but also within ASCAC. And you will see a little bit more, and you'll hear from Hal about the investments that we make specific to quantum information science. And in our collaboration strategy with DARPA, we will leverage all of those strengths that we have. And that includes certainly our research investments in algorithms and computer science, also test beds, but also find ways where we can complement each other. We certainly do not want to duplicate our efforts, but I think there's a very good opportunity here to be able to complement our unique capabilities from both sides.
Thank you. Just one final question. There was an interesting but small piece of the markups that talked about large, shared memory pools. Do you have an explanation of what the technical drivers are for that, perhaps?
Not really. I mean, it's just I think there is a lot of interest. It looks like in the committee, both committees, in terms of advancing the large shared memory pools. That's certainly a capability that is very relevant to many different technologies that we care about. So I think beyond that, I'm not sure how much I can comment on why that is specifically called out.
Thank you. Thanks. And thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's Hal next.
Okay. Let's see if this does come. All right. Well, thank you very much. And it is my absolute pleasure to be here and be able to talk to you today about, well, what the title slide said, which was this is our update from fiscal year 2024 on all of the things, many of the things that ASCAC Research accomplished this year. And I really just want to start out and say that we had very ambitious goals for this year. We wanted to reinvigorate our planning for the future. We wanted to make major investments in AI and quantum. We wanted to make additional partnership investments in order to make sure that we can leverage the tremendous capability that we now have with Exascale. We wanted to do many things, and I'm very happy to tell you, and I will tell you in some detail, that we did all of them. And so the fact that we were able to do that is really a compliment to the community, to the team that we have within Oscar. None of this would have been possible without the huge amount of effort on everyone's part. And so I think that we really need to start out by recognizing the tremendous extent of that effort. I'm going to talk first about the solicitations, the new awards that we made, and those actions. And Jaren has already showed this slide, and I am not going to talk about it in great detail, but I start with it because I've organized the rest of the first part of the talk around these thematic areas. You know, these are our core areas of advancing modeling and simulation, of advancing frontier AI for science, and the extreme amounts of data and data analysis that are needed to advance modern science. Our advancements in future computing technologies, in extreme heterogeneity, in co-design and energy efficiency, our investments in software, and our investments in scientific computing, recognizing that advanced computing is everywhere. It exists in data centers, it exists at the edge. There is, in modern science, the need for computing really everywhere in the entire enterprise. Next slide. Okay. All right, so first I'm going to start with quantum. We've had a lot of exciting work on quantum, and we had a major solicitation this year. It was a recompetition of an existing portfolio in accelerated research in quantum computing. And we accepted new proposals. We received many of them. And this represents a significant investment, $65 million over the next 5 years for 5-year projects, and focuses on 2 topic areas. The first is the creation of a modular software stack. There is a lot of really important basic research that has to happen in order to figure out how we can actually create modular software stacks for quantum computers. Things that integrate error management, that reduce the barriers to having quantum programs that work across the wide variety of different quantum architectures and technologies that people are now investigating. The second major topic area is the investigation of quantum utility. Quantum utility has a technical definition, and I can refer you to the solicitation if you'd like to read it, but the idea, generically speaking, is to figure out how we can develop algorithms so we can understand resource utilization and constraints. We understand the energy efficiency needs of future quantum computing systems, and then understand how we can understand those things in the context of particular problems and challenges. So the portfolio, I've divided it onto 2 slides here, so you can see. So the first 2 are collaborative awards that are, you can see here, I have the setup here for essentially all the solicitations. So you can see the PI lead institution. Many of these solicitations use collaborative awards. So we receive many applications. Many of them are paired together as part of collaborations. And so then we make many awards as part of instantiating the projects that we're funding. And so you can see here we have 2 really exciting collaborations that are focused on the creation of these modular software stacks for quantum computing architectures. Next slide, please. There you go. And then we have a number of really interesting and vibrant collaborations which are going to focus on this question of quantum utility, looking at different kinds of algorithms and different kinds of circumstances, understanding their characteristics and the characteristics of the machines that are needed in order to support them. And again, we see here collaborations that are led by universities, that are led by national laboratories. In fact, we have 2 collaborations here that involve collaborators from NASA. So we have our interagency collaborations here, which are strongly represented in this new portfolio. And we're really excited to see how this moves forward. Next slide, please. And as we start here, I just want to point out, I have a few highlights that I've kind of sprinkled in between the solicitations. This, as I mentioned, this portfolio, this is a recompetition, a refocusing of this portfolio that started several years ago. And here I have a highlight from one of the projects in the portfolio now. that is wrapping up, and of course this this PI here is actually the PI of one of the newly selected awards as well. But I do want to highlight some of the really foundational work that we are supporting in quantum computing, and why it's so important that we have these kinds of investments, because as we know, there's a really exciting and vibrant area around understanding quantum algorithms, around quantum use cases, and understanding where we can and cannot expect quantum computing to serve a really important role in the future. And of course, there are a lot of things that are known about quantum algorithms, but there are a lot of things that are not. And here we have work that really helps to explore some of the fundamental computer science and mathematical understanding of quantum algorithms, where they can provide a speed up and what kind of speed up that is. So for instance, we have a lot of understanding of where we can get time advantages, right? We have things that can complete, say, exponentially faster than they could on a classical computer. In this work, they explored a different aspect of this, where they looked at a space advantage. In other words, how much data do you have to store in state in the computer in order to attack a certain kind of problem? And they showed that for these particular kinds of max-directed cut problems, you have an exponential space advantage. In other words, you can use exponentially less state in order to compute the solution to these problems. And it's this kind of fundamental computer science work that is so essential to understanding how we can use quantum computers in the future. Next slide, please. Okay. Moving on, we have, of course, a lot of activity around data and frontier AI. I'm going to start first with the solicitation that we competed this year on data reduction for science. Again, we've had an existing portfolio in this area, which has yielded a lot of really, really interesting results. And of course, as an aside, I'll say that we have a lot of interest in data reduction. Of course, modern scientific data is pretty big. We have to figure out how to store it and move it and process it and analyze it. And there's a lot of interest in using compression techniques to reduce the size of that data and enable its more effective and efficient analysis. Yes, you can use lossless compression techniques. I mean, you can zip up your data and what have you. That's great, but it often doesn't get you very far when you have scientific data that has a lot of intrinsic variability within it. And so then you really want to look at techniques that will enable you to capture the sort of essence of the data that you need without necessarily storing every bit that you happen to record. And so then you have to do that and be able to trust the result. You have to be able to understand that you haven't introduced any kind of biasing or errors or what have you. This is a really significant challenge. And not only that, but of course, you then need to be able to implement those algorithms efficiently. You have to select the right ones. You may have to have specialized hardware. There's a lot of things that are incorporated in this portfolio. And here we have another set of new awards. We're really excited to see these collaborative groups that are going to come together. Some of these groups are building on work they did in the previous instantiation of this portfolio. Some of them are new. And they're really aiming to address this particular set of challenges. Next slide, please. All right, I'm going to talk about AI. Of course, there's a lot of interest in AI. And I'm going to start this by just highlighting two things. So one is that, as you're probably aware, in October of 2023, there was a new artificial intelligence executive order that was signed by the president. And it directed, well, a lot of things. I think maybe this executive order won some award for being very long. But it really did direct a lot of things to DOE, and there were specific things that really touched on OSCA's core mission. Two of them I've highlighted here: investments in privacy-enhancing technologies for AI. There's a lot of cases where DOE needs to enable science and open science work on top of data sets that can't all be moved or shared. This is a core interest of ours. And also the development of tools to enable foundation models for science. And on this latter point, one of our PIs recently shared these pictures with us, which I actually think capture a key example of why we need to invest in AI for science. Like why, I mean, there's a lot of interest in AI, and of course you hear industries investing billions of dollars and so on. It's like, what are we doing to invest in AI for science? Why is that a separate thing we have to do? And this is just a good visual example. But here there's some imagery of material that has to be analyzed. And the scientist, this comes from one of our early career projects at PNNL with collaborators at Iowa State. They used a state-of-the-art foundation model for doing image segmentation. They said, oh, okay, well, we have this image segmentation model. This is now what's being used by industry. There's a lot of investment in this. We'll just use this for our problem. And what they discovered is it doesn't work very well. I mean, the model does exactly what it was trained to do. But the problem is exactly what it was trained to do was not analyze these material surfaces and interfaces in a way which is scientifically relevant. And so what they did was they developed our researchers developed a way of using that model, but also putting it in terms of into a larger AI workflow that then enabled the researchers to get scientifically valid results out of this AI-driven workflow using technology that has been developed in the wider AI community, but then specializing it, incorporating the latest techniques from generative AI and large language models and all these kinds of things to get a scientifically valid result out of this workflow. And this, I think, is a good visual example of why we need to make these kinds of investments and why there are scientific AI challenges that are separate from the wider space of AI challenges. Okay, next slide, please. All right. So here we have our AI solicitation. It was advancements in artificial intelligence for science. I will say this was a huge effort on the part of our entire team. We received over 500 pre-applications for this solicitation. That's one pre-application per team, by the way, not institution. So, and you'll see here, we made 11 selections, so 11 teams we selected for awards. So through this process, through our internal review, through merit review, we ended up down selecting from the over 500 teams that wanted to apply for funding to make 11 really exciting awards. And they come in these spaces. And of course, some of these spaces are directly responsive to the executive order that instructed us to prioritize investment in certain areas, and we did. This is a very significant part of our portfolio now. This represents $67 million in planned research funding over 3 years. So this is a huge part of our portfolio. We are really excited about these different challenges. And you can see here in these different areas, foundation models for computational science, automated scientific workflows, scientific programming, the piracy preserving and federated learning that I mentioned, and then also energy efficient AI algorithms and hardware. These are all core areas to our mission space. And there are a number of different problems here that people are trying to address and techniques that they're trying to use, which we find really exciting and interesting, and are also addressing core needs, not only, I mean, AI generally, but also AI for science. Focusing on how we can make AI models and AI agents and AI systems that serve our needs and address core understanding deficiencies that we have in AI for the scientific enterprise. And as a quick example, the first row on this table, this collaboration led by Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory with others, they are looking at foundation models and scaling, and of course, there's a lot of work on foundation models and scaling. But what they are going to do is look specifically at how the scaling changes when you have the resolution of multidimensional scientific data, and how you can have scaling relationships there to understand how we need to address AI in the future, which is a different and unaddressed problem within the wider space. Okay, next slide, please. And then we have a number of other really exciting collaborations that are working on a number of these different areas, software and hardware interfaces. We're really excited to see where this goes in the future. Next slide, please. Okay. We also have a core set of investments that we have done year after year now in Express, our exploratory research for extreme scale science. This is our way of exploring new areas, of really taking interesting new ideas and giving them a home, growing them, and then we can learn, and the research community can learn, how we can usefully invest in these areas going forward. We had a number of new areas in Express this year, looking at enhanced visualization, looking at discrete event simulation and agent-based modeling, looking at neuromorphic computing, advanced wireless, and quantum hardware emulation. I'm happy to say that we selected a large number of really interesting projects in all of these spaces. I have them listed here. Next slide, please. And so you can you can see, we have single institution awards, and we also have multi-institutional collaborations, as part of this overall space. And it covers, as I indicated in the images up top, it covers new hardware technology areas. It also covers new algorithmic and simulation advancement areas, like in the discrete event simulation, and also the edge to HPC area with advanced wireless. And I really think this is an extremely important part of the overall portfolio, and one that we'll be interested, of course, in continuing in the future. Next slide, please. On that, we have made additional core investments in partnerships. And really, as Sharon said earlier, the exascale project has completed. We're very proud of that. We have new exascale supercomputers. Of course, we're very proud of that. But we really need to make sure that we make continued investments in order to realize the promise of exascale. Like, we're now in the exascale era. So what are we doing with that? Right. And of course, we're investing in AI, right? I mean, the exascale machines are also hugely important AI machines. But we also need to make sure that the exascale machines have the impact on the science and engineering areas that we care about. And so we make targeted investments in those things as well. And here, actually, I have two areas of investment I'm going to highlight quickly, in really important partnerships that we are growing. One is a SIDAC partnership with the Office of Electricity. We made 2 awards this year to multi-institution teams working on areas that combine our latest advancements in computer science and applied mathematics, in optimization and AI and other areas, with teams who are working on addressing the challenges of our electric grid. And this, of course, is extremely important for our DOE, for our national power stability. So and the transition to clean energy. So what we have here is that area of investment that we've now made. It grows on top of a pilot program that we had in the past few years, and we're really excited about this. Next slide, please. Another partnership that we have engaged in this year is with DOE's Advanced Materials and Manufacturing Technologies Office. We've had a long partnership with AMTO for their HPC for Manufacturing program. We've supported it for many years through ALCC in terms of computational resources. And now we've actually made a co-investment with AMTO, looking at how teams, national laboratory-led teams, can take and prepare a number of different application codes for exascale, for AI, for GPUs, and get them into a state where they'll be useful for industry partnerships. And this is another way in which we can make sure that we can realize the exascale era. We can enable industry partnership, and we can make sure that we have the impact that we are expecting from those investments. Next slide, please. As Sharon mentioned, one of the other things that we have done this year on top of everything else is we really aim to reinvigorate OSCAR's core research investment portfolio. We have long had something that we've called the base program, I suppose, for lack of a better term. And we in OSCAR, of course, rely on a wide community in order to drive forward the science that we need. That community exists at national laboratories, it exists at universities, it exists in industry. We absolutely depend on that collaboration. That having been said, the program does rest upon a core base expertise and capability that exists throughout our national laboratory complex. Not just at Office of Science labs, but also at NNSA labs and the energy labs. This is all essential to enabling what we do. And so one of the things that we have done this year is we recompeted, we refocused, we reframed that program. And this was also a huge effort on the part of our team. And really what we've articulated is, what is the purpose of the base program? What is it supposed to do? And aside from what I mentioned, I really want to call out 3 things which were highlighted in the laboratory solicitation. One goal is to support long-term high-impact research. The second goal is to aggressively respond to and take advantage of emerging science and technology trends. In other words, how do we take advantage of important opportunities? And the third is to collaborate with a diverse community of the most promising academic and industry partners. All of these goals have to be balanced in this program. And And so what we did was we had a solicitation that was open to all DOE national laboratories. It served as a full recompetition of OSCAR's base program. And we expanded the program to include all aspects of OSCAR research: computer science, applied mathematics, and advanced computing technologies and testbeds. And I'll tell you, 15 of the 17 national laboratories proposed over 60 distinct research thrusts plus integration activities. So this was also a huge task that the team undertook this fiscal year. And I'm very happy to say that we've been able to announce just a couple of days ago what this portfolio now looks like, given our FY24 selections. And this will take several pages, and I'm obviously not going to read it in detail. But I will say that, of course, there are a large number of, as we can see here, a large number of areas in which we really have long-term high-impact research, some of which we have funded consistently over many years. Other areas, of course, are newer, but the thrusts are summarized in the topics on the table. One thing that's unique about the way we've done this program is that we view these awards as awards to the research divisions. The PIs you'll see listed here are actually the research division directors at the various laboratories. And so one of the key principles that we have for this program is that the whole must be more than the sum of the parts. You know, these are not sort of individual isolated awards. These are core investments in a large-scale capability at the national laboratories that supports our program and the capabilities we need for the future. And as I said, we have a number of really exciting partnerships here. I've listed collaborative partners as well. Most of the labs here you'll see are the larger laboratories in which we have had core investments. But I will point out that we actually have a new investment here at NETL, the National Energy Technology Laboratory, which is our government-operated laboratory in the DOE complex. They have a really exciting partnership that they proposed with Cerebras to work on how you can look at wafer scale technology, not only for AI, right, but also for modeling and simulation capabilities, and drive the energy efficiency of future applications through those partnerships. They have one topic area that they're going to be working on in that context. Many of the other labs are working on many other topic areas, some of them collaboratively, and I said we have many collaborators. Next slide here. So we have NETL, we have Los Alamos, we have Lawrence Livermore, focusing on next generation, for PDEs and decision support and other areas. We have Oak Ridge is focusing on a number of areas, especially related to AI. We have Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, also focused on next generation future technologies for computing and associated test beds. Next slide, please. We have Sandia focusing on a large number of areas in applied mathematics and AI and other areas. Argonne, similarly. Next slide, please. And Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, again, focusing on a number of areas in applied mathematics and also next generation future computing technologies. And many of these investments build on investments that were made in the exascale computing project. They wouldn't really be possible without that huge effort that was, of course, quite successful. All right, next slide, please. All right, I'm going to talk about a number of other areas. Let me start. The next I'm going to talk about is microelectronics. As you may know, we had a call this year for projects for microelectronic science research centers. I will say a little bit more about that. I want to say, though, that investment area builds on our experience and the successes we've had in the microelectronics co-design portfolio that we have invested in collaboratively with BES and other programs over the last several years. And here I have a highlight slide from one of those projects here at Oak Ridge. And I just want to point out one thing, which is, we've talked a lot about co-design over the last many years. We've had workshops on co-design. It's not often that you really see how that actually manifests in practice. Like, what does it really look like to co-design future technologies and next generation systems? And I think this slide that the project provided really captures that quite well. You can see they have collaborators working on everything from materials and devices and circuits all the way up through algorithms and applications. You're looking at how you can take these kind of next generation neuromorphic technologies and AI technologies and apply them to the kind of high throughput, high data rate, extreme environment situations that are really indicative of DOE large scale science. And so, this is really the kind of thing that we can enable when we make the kinds of investments that we like. Next slide, please. All right, so as I said, we had a call. The selections have not yet been announced. That should happen soon. There are two focus areas in this call for projects from electronic science research centers. One focusing on energy efficiency, and the other focusing on extreme environments. These are the sort of two key exemplar areas that are absolutely essential for DOE's mission and the mission of the Office of Science. Next slide, please. We have continued, of course, to invest in diversifying and growing our research community. We have a number of programs that do that. I will just briefly overview that, of course, we've continued our investments through the Early Career Research Program. We invest every year in the Early Career Research Program. And this year, like in most other years, we've made more awards to university PIs than to laboratory PIs. And it really helps to grow, to diversify our programs, bring more people, more early career, exciting young scientists into our program and into our community, which is really what's necessary for it to remain vibrant. Next slide, please. We have also made two exciting awards as part of the EPSCoR program that the Office of Science runs as a collaborative effort across all of the program offices. We have one of these awards focused in the quantum area and the other one focused in the neuromorphic and next generation AI hardware area. Next slide, please. I asked about Renew and FAIR earlier. I'll talk about those programs briefly, but I did want to show this highlight slide from one of our very successful Renew programs. It's probably the first time I've ever had a slide with a video, so you can appreciate the little robot arm there, but as it moves around and demonstrates the fact that one of the areas that we invest in, as we say, advanced computing is everywhere. That includes looking at computing in automated laboratories, how to connect those to HPC resources, and this project has done a really great job working with Argonne National Laboratory and a number of different university partners, mentoring a lot of students, understanding how we can invest in next generation automated laboratories. Next slide, please. And of course, this year we have planned investments, again, in Renew and FAIR. Selection announcements are forthcoming. Next slide, please. We have, of course, investments with our business community as well. These are extremely important for the overall technology transfer of the innovations in which we invest. It also makes the overall research community more vibrant. And I'm not going to go over this in a large amount of detail. We had a number of different SBR topic areas this year, covering advanced software and AI and cybersecurity and so on. The awards are listed here. Next slide, please. Those were the phase ones. These are the phase 2 awards. Many of these build on top of investments from the Exascope computing program. And I just have a note here as well that OSCAR continues to participate as well in LEAP, which is the Laboratory Embedded Entrepreneurship Program. And we had one award that we sponsored in that program as well. Next slide, please. And for next year, SBR topics are announced. You can see here we have only 2 major topics. One is the deployment of advanced software, which of course includes AI and quantum, and also HPC cybersecurity. So those are 2 core strategic areas for OSCAR, and that's how we're going to focus in FY25 for SBIR. Next slide, please. If you want to know more about any of the awards, I have this slide in here just to remind people how to find them, because they're in a perhaps not entirely obvious place now on our website. So there you go. Next slide, please. All right, and we also continue to make advancement in the next generation software stack, getting the investments from ECP and from SIDAC and from all the other programs, understanding how we can continue to sustain those investments and make sure that they are applicable to future hardware, future systems, future software environments is extremely important. And the projects that are working on this have really had a significant impact. They work with application teams as well, making sure that they can use new techniques and technologies to get significant speed ups, one of which I've highlighted here for ExaWin. Next slide, please. As we transition away from solicitations, I just have a few minutes to talk about the reports and the workshops and the community engagements. First, I will extend my thanks to the organizing committees and the contributing authors, the co-chairs of a couple of past workshops. who were able to publish the full workshop reports this past fiscal year, the one in quantum and also the one in visualization. So those are now available on our website. Next slide, please. And then as I mentioned, one of the goals we had for the year was to reinvigorate our planning for the future. We have, of course, a lot of key challenges. We all understand the challenges of energy efficiency and computing. Of course, exascale would not have been possible without core advancements in the energy efficiency of computing. You might argue that was the core challenge in enabling exascale, although there were also resilience challenges and other challenges that we're all overcome as part of that effort. Now, as we look forward, we understand if we want to get increased computing capability, we absolutely must continue to innovate and get more efficient, more energy efficient scientific computing, in addition to increasing capability and functionality to enable science. And so we had to look at a wide variety of inputs. There are new hardware technologies, there are new algorithms, from AI, from simulation. On the hardware side, of course, there are a lot of different interesting possibilities. The community is really interested in exploring them. And then we realized that advanced computing happens in all sorts of areas, and this is what we need in order to advance science. We have to innovate and advance computing in the data center, but we also have to advance computing in many other different scenarios. And so here I tried to illustrate this on the slide a little bit. Of course, you can see an advanced X-ray source. You can see an HPC center, and then you can see some other application areas which serve a dual purpose, both because you need advanced computing in order to make advancements in advanced materials and synthetic biology and other areas, but also those areas themselves are a form of computation to which advanced computer science and applied mathematics can apply. So, there's a lot of different opportunities here to engage the community. Next slide, please. So we had 3 workshops. They were partially overlapping. We got the community together to focus on these areas. As Sharon mentioned, they're energy efficient computing, analog computing for science, and neuromorphic computing for science. They were all done in the same kind of fashion. We had an open call for concept papers. We selected from the concept papers. We had for in-person attendees, and then we had an open registration for plenary attendance on Zoom. Next slide, please. And so here, if you want more information on the workshops, I encourage you to check out the workshop websites. We have all of the accepted position papers that were submitted by people who attended the workshop are posted on the websites, as well as the pre-workshop documents that were prepared by the organizing committees. Just briefly, I will mention that, and the slides and plenary sessions are often published, are posted on the websites as well, linked from the agenda. So if you want to check out what's going on, I do encourage you to do that. We had over 70 in-person attendees for this workshop and a similar number for the other workshops, and then over 200 virtual attendees as well. So they were very widely attended. I was also really happy to see that the Energy Efficient Computing Workshop opened up with an industry leaders panel, which had distinguished panelists from a number of different HPC and AI companies who really highlighted the role that DOE has played in the past in pushing hardware innovation, and then also the essential role that we can play in the future. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we have the Energy Efficient Computing Workshop. We had the Analog Computing Workshop for science. Next slide, please. And also we had a neuromorphic computing workshop for science. Next slide, please. And so if you're interested in any of the reports I mentioned previously or more information about those workshops when those are published, you can check those out on our website. We have a web page that has all of the past program documents, the workshop reports, and so on. Next slide, please. And if you would like more information and you want to get announcements, you want to say receive a notification for concept papers when we hold more workshops, then I do encourage you to subscribe to GovDelivery and check the box for Oscar so you receive updates from our program. All right, I think that was the last slide. All right. Yes, awesome. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Hal. Let's take some questions if we can. Valerie.
Thanks, Hal, for an informative presentation. I have 2 questions. The first question, you talked about your ambitious goals for FY24 and gave us a walkthrough of everything, which is great. And I was just wondering if you could comment on the goals for FY25?
Yes, that's a great question. I couldn't have planted a better one myself. All right.
Okay.
So, yeah, and obviously we are still working through the budget process and other planning for FY25. I will of course say that we do plan to continue our core investments in SIDAC and in computational partnerships. Those are core parts of our portfolio. We are of course continue to be interested in quantum. I expect there'll be major investments in quantum, as well as the other core areas that I highlighted. I anticipate we will continue to explore new research areas through programs like Express, and we'll continue to explore other partnership areas as well, as we move forward. One other thing I will point out is that, as you look for solicitations, when the open call comes out, I also encourage the community to look at the open call. We have language in the open call that of course describes our overall research portfolio areas and the scope in which we invest. But as in the past, where for instance we announced a panel for the software sustainability effort, we are of course looking at innovative ways of using the open call. So I mean, you can look at the open call when that comes out and see as well if there are particular areas that we've called out there.
Yes. Thank you. And
Sure.
my second question, so I think with the AI for science, advancement of the AI for science, there is a great demand with the 500 pre-proposals and going down to 11 funded projects, which is about a little over 2%. So, recognizing this demand, if you can comment on any plans for this coming year in that space, given the significant demand. It's recognized that a lot would depend upon the budgets of the House and the Senate, hopefully the Senate. But in any case, but if you can comment on goals, I'll say, without details with the budget.
Absolutely. So, I mean, as you say, obviously there's a lot of uncertainty about the budget, and we're going to have an election, and your crystal ball is probably better than mine. But I really think we have a lot of exciting opportunities, of course, in AI. And, we have started, of course, we had the set of workshops, focusing on energy efficient computing, neuromorphic computing and analog computing. And all of these areas are going to be essential to enabling next generation AI technologies, techniques, hardware, and algorithms. I think, of course, energy efficiency is going to be a key theme in that, and I expect that to continue. So, as we look across the portfolio, I also, I think I mentioned briefly that we had some investments in competitive portfolios for test beds. As we look at, how we structure the program to have a full pipeline that enables innovation at all stages, we're going to continue to look for how we can grow that, especially through our advanced computing technologies division, the peer division to the research division, and understand how we can have basic research investments, how we can grow those into larger scale test beds and centers and other kinds of activities at that scale. And then, of course, as things grow and mature, then they can get picked up by our facilities and our partners. And so, that's where I think we see the sort of overall pipeline. And then, of course, depending on how the budget turns out and the direction and other things, then we'll be able to understand how we can focus that. One other thing I will say is, I was very happy to be able to announce the competitive portfolios selections. There's a number of different topic areas that are well represented in that list of topics. I think people will see if they look at the details, and then they will also see there are some topic areas that are not really represented in those areas. And in some of those areas, we also consider those to be gaps, and we're thinking about how we can provide more opportunities there for the future.
Any other questions? Yep, Rick.
So pulling some threads together on themes that you mentioned, there is deep technical expertise in the labs and the people who came through the ECP process, including tacit knowledge on how to adopt and employ these technologies. So in terms of accelerating adoption of libraries, frameworks, even thinking about the different layers of the co-design that you showed and implications that are need to be communicated up and down. This seems an opportunity for AI agents to be turned on itself, where you embody the knowledge in those frameworks and libraries to provide the cognitive assistance or the productivity breakthroughs that are needed to accelerate the adoption. Where might that sit in the strategy?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I mean, I'll say one thing. So two of those AI projects that I announced sit in this space. Looking at advanced programming systems for scientific programming and for computational science. I think that, and there's actually another project that's focused on developing AI agents for automated laboratories and for scientific workflows. So I think between those three and the others, there are going to be advancements in that space. In addition, we have the portfolio for the next generation software stack, the software sustainability portfolio that I mentioned very briefly. A number of those projects are really focused on this area as well, understanding how they can pair the latest AI technologies, the large language models and the AI agents, the auto GPTs of the world, or the new O1 models, or whatever it is from OpenAI. And they can understand how to pair those things with the tools and technologies we developed with Exascale, and then enable the new next generation of science. And I think one of the things that's going to be interesting as we go forward is to understand how those technologies will affect the way that computational science is done. And I think when people first started playing around with the new language model based tools, people were wondering like, oh well, like, is this going to help us use new programming abstractions? Is it going to replace programming abstractions with essentially generalized knowledge bases? Is it going to do something else? We don't know the answer to those questions yet, and there's probably not a single answer. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see. We have a lot of work in that in the portfolio, and I think that we're going to really see some exciting innovations in the future.
Okay, we're close to wrapping up, but I'm going to ask you one final question. I'd almost say that there's almost no science without AI right now. It's, if you look at what the graduate students are doing, an awful lot of them are using these techniques. But I would also say that, these necessary investments in AI and quantum and so on are really good. But, software only has a certain shelf life. And the exascale software is going to be great for the next generation of machines. But if you're starting to put in AI capabilities and quantum capabilities, that means there's a new generation of algorithms out there that will supersede some of what's there, or at least maybe outperform it. And so it's easy to think about this as a fantastic achievement, and it is, but its life may be more limited than you think. People are already developing AI preconditioners for linear systems, for example, that outperform some of the existing methods. And those are not there in the algorithms that are present in the software portfolio that we have at the moment, fantastic as though it is. So it's a good idea to try and keep some view of the future and understand what that means for the investments that we already have, perhaps. I don't know if you care to comment on that.
Well, first, I will say I completely agree. The idea, well, okay, two things. So one is, of course, a lot of the investments that we're making in AI and also in the competitive portfolios portfolio focus on exactly this issue, right? Is how do we take the software and the tools and techniques that we've developed and then incorporate the new AI-based techniques that people are now developing? I mean, as you mentioned, things like AI-based preconditioners are really interesting tools, figuring out when you can apply them and how you can apply them and everything else, and integrating them so they work robustly at scale is going to be a really important challenge. And then shelf life is always sort of an interesting thing, right? Because we coming off of Exascale, we really want to capture the good work that was done and make sure that the community can continue to use it and rely on it. But one of the things we realized is software that's static is not actually all that useful, especially not in this context where algorithms are changing and hardware is changing and the needs are changing. And so, we thought about, okay, well, how do we frame this in a way which is useful and really encourages innovation? And so that's why when we instantiated the portfolio around the next generation software stack, we called it that. because it really is about making sure that we can take the latest technologies and innovations and ensure that they are incorporated in part of the software ecosystem that the community can build upon. So yeah, we don't view it as static at all. And in fact, I think if it's static, it's actually not all that helpful. So and of course, as as Rick mentioned, I mean, there could be very much even larger scale changes to how we program and how we think about systems, which also have to be part of that equation. So I'll like foot stomp what you said. It really is quite important, and that is how we're thinking about it.
Great answer, thank you. And at that point, I think we go to lunch.
Very good.
Thanks everybody. Thank you.
And we'll reconvene at 1:45.
Okay, let's try and make a start, please.
Yeah. We're gonna go get started again. Please take your seats. And we're just gonna start with the next up in the agenda, critical and emerging technologies. And we are very happy to have Helena Fu joining us to give us an update.
Hello, can you all hear me, see me?
Yes.
Okay, that's first step. Second step is I'm going to share something. And it is here. Great, can you all see that? You can see my screen.
Yes,
Hopefully.
we can see it. We just have to put it in the presenter mode.
Okay. I am very unfamiliar with, it is totally messed up. Okay, hold on. I think I'm just going to speak through these slides because otherwise I cannot see a thing on the screen. And I'm sure they'll be made available afterwards. Really just want to engage in a conversation and talk a little bit about DOE's new Office of Critical and Emerging Technologies. Hi, everyone. My name is Helena Fu. This office was launched in December of last year, so we're roughly 10 months old. It was launched initially out of direction from the White House AI executive order, which directed DOE to create an office that would coordinate across the department on critical and emerging technologies. We are really focused on coordinating both internally within the department as well as with other agencies, external stakeholders on 4 critical and emerging technologies, specifically AI, on biotechnology, on quantum information science, and on microelectronics. These are 4 technology areas. Of course, there are many different lists of critical and emerging technologies. These are 4 that we see as foundational. There are 4 that are dual use that stretch across the department. And there are 4 areas of technologies where DOE has had a long history of supporting, but I think just is not very widely known often. And so much of our role has been really focused on ensuring that the capabilities, the work that is being done at DOE is able to be leveraged both across the interagency as well as by other partners and stakeholders. We are a new office. I mentioned that already. We've been very, very focused on implementation of the AI executive order, which I'm sure you've previously been briefed. It was, I think, one of the longest executive orders ever put out. There were many directives given to federal agencies. There were many deadlines that were as short as 30 days and as long as a year. And so DOE had a pretty significant role in this executive order, both in terms of promoting innovation, as well as in managing the risks from AI. And so across the department, we've really been mobilized. And of course, the Office of Science and Jaren's team specifically has been very, very engaged in all of these efforts. For example, in developing a pilot program for how we bring all of our resources together across the department and make sure that people are aware of all of the opportunities there are to train new researchers within DOE as well as across the national labs. We've also issued, for example, a website that really pulls together a lot of the tools and the models and the partnerships that we've been developing to develop foundation models for science, energy, and security. We supported the development of a global AI research agenda, which was just launched on the margins of the UN General Assembly earlier this week, which is really focused about international collaboration in the AI research space. And then in terms of managing the risks of AI across the department, we've been very engaged on things like making test beds available to potentially work with other agencies to evaluate safety of different AI models. We also have been engaged in red teaming of AI models for radiological and nuclear risks. And so also have been working very closely to identify areas we can cooperate with the AI Safety Institute over at the National Institute of Standards and Technology on these issues. And so these are the broad things that the department has been doing, and our office has been playing a coordination role in making sure that we are meeting all of these various deadlines, as well as creating some of the products that we're putting out there in the world to answer the call of the executive order. I know as well that you've had a few briefings on FAST already. One of the things that our office has been doing is working across DOE as well as the labs to help develop scenarios for, develop planning for what FAST is going to look like. Also helped issue a RFI that just went out 2 weeks ago. So hopefully that is something that you are tracking, that your communities are tracking, to solicit input as we continue our planning around the FAST initiative. And so I think broadly, Jaren had asked me to talk a little bit about the work of the office. I'm very interested to hear from all of you on what you're seeing in this space, and happy to answer any questions about what we're doing. I focused a lot of my remarks on what we're doing in the AI space. That I think the kinds of mobilization that we're doing across the department really do extend to the other areas as well. In biotechnology, there's obviously the bioeconomy board that was stood up. There's a lot of effort on the Hill in this space. I think our efforts here are really to focus on telling the story of what DOE is doing in this space and making sure that those capabilities are leveraged for these broader discussions. The same goes in quantum and in microelectronics. We are trying to figure out what the most helpful places for the department to be playing in these important discussions will be. Obviously, Oscar has a very significant effort in quantum that I'm sure that you are hearing about. We are engaged in some of the policy discussions in this space that are very active and very ongoing across the board. So I'll just leave it at that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, let's take questions, please. Any questions online? I think it's quite hard for us to get a grasp of what you're doing without seeing the slides necessarily. Sorry. And so I'm struggling a bit to understand where to even frame a question at the moment. How to even frame a question. Roscoe.
I'm fearless today. How do you think about your budget? I mean, what do you spend money on?
Well, that's a very good question. I have $0. So at the moment, our office is very small. It is comprised of detailees. We have an FY25 request in, but I mean, we are really, I mean, the way that we are positioned in the department is a leverage office. So we're small. We will always be small. But our focus is really around elevating what the department is doing in these 4 areas because they're so cross-cutting across the department. Microelectronics policy. There's so the question in the chat that I don't know who is moderating, but I'll take the question. There's clearly a lot that is happening across the interagency in this space. There is the NSTC that has been stood up. There's a lot of active engagement, especially from the Office of Science, but also NNSA on these issues. I think our role will be, I mean, light touch, right? Like we will enter where needed, where we need to kind of bring a science and NNSA perspective together to represent the department's interest in this space. There's quite a lot in the policy arena led by the White House on how we should be thinking, for example, about AI and AI diffusion more broadly. And that's, of course, linked to other conversations around export controls. These are also, of course, linked to broader conversations around how we're powering AI in the United States. And so our office has been playing a role in bringing the various parts of DOE together on these kinds of questions. And I should say my slides are really not impressive. They're just a few pictures, so you haven't missed very much. I think a lot of the content is in what I've said. But of course, I think it is hard to explain the coordination space of DOE because we're such a federated agency and there's so many different parts of the department that are engaged on these topics. I think Jaren will know very well what I mean and why I think we need to have a consolidated approach to these issues because they are R&D questions, but they are very much in the policy realm as well. And I think the Department of Energy, given that energy is in our name, oftentimes people don't understand why we have the equities that we do. And it really is about bringing the expertise across the department to bear on a lot of these issues and policy discussions that are ongoing.
Any further questions? Perhaps I could ask a question. What's the sort of relationship with what people call the hyperscalers? I mean, some of the AI stuff seems to have, while we're still concerned about things like trustworthiness and so on, the genie seems to be almost fully out of the bottle. And, and also these are sort of international activities in some sense. And it's not clear where the innovation seems to be spread around the world. Let's just put it that way. And so how do you respond to that sort of, very different situation from ones that we've had in the past in terms of your coordination and sort of focusing activities and so forth?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we've been engaged with the hyperscalers on a few fronts. One is around energy to power AI. Obviously, this has been something that's been very present in the news. The department has been very, very engaged on this issue, mainly because we need to respond to increasing energy demand, right? Both from manufacturing coming back to the United States, increased electrification, and of course the energy demands that are coming from the data centers driven by AI. And so our leadership has been very engaged on this particular issue, mobilizing resources across the department, both in terms of technical assistance, grants, as well as our loan programs office, to work with utilities and hyperscalers and other stakeholders to try and meet that particular moment. We've also been engaged in discussions around AI safety and security. The AI Safety Institute is taking the lead in engagement directly with the companies. But of course, There's broader discussions that we are having around what our partnerships need to look like, especially given a lot of the advances in the models now, and where there's additional opportunity space for DOE and other parts of academia to contribute. I think no matter how advanced some of these scientific reasoning capabilities develop through sort of industry-driven models, there will always be a need for new types of data that will be scientific data that will need to really leverage, for example, the scientific infrastructure across DOE and the workforce across DOE to solve real problems, right? I think that even your best reasoning model will still need to be able to learn new things. And I don't necessarily think that they will be able to learn all new things from prior papers, right? There has to be that crossover to the physical world. And that is really where DOE has quite a lot of both infrastructure and expertise built up over decades.
Thank you. Any further questions? Well, maybe at that point we should move ahead.
Yeah.
And thank you again for your presentation. And we look forward to hearing more about what's going on at some point when the activity moves forward further and you have a budget and so on and various other things, and the situation has evolved somewhat from its clearly very sort of early phase, shall we say. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, let's move to Bronson and to hear about Frontier.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about what we've been doing on Frontier. I wanted to take the opportunity to sort of frame at least my understanding as a computational scientist of the machine, which I think really sets bare its purpose in life, if you will. So next slide, please. So I want to describe to you some things that make Frontier a unique scientific instrument. Much of this you will, of course, have already heard or already be aware of because we've been talking about this machine for quite a while now. And I want to take you through a handful of important scientific results that have been able to be obtained on the machine at this point. And then, ask a question, how to increase computational capability in the future. I'm, of course, incredibly distraught that what I've heard over my entire career, the fact that Moore's Law is dead, has actually come to pass. And this is something that's somewhat emotional for me and to have to come to grips with. And then, of course, answer any questions that you have. Next slide. So everybody's seen these pictures of Frontier, our nice glossies, those kind of things. Next slide, please. But this sort of panorama 3D picture sort of, I think, brings home the notion that the machine is hyperbolic in so many different ways, but it's sort of human scale, right? Each one of those double cabinets is sort of the size of a commercial refrigerator, if you will. And you can imagine, you can put yourself, I think, almost on scale in the computer room here and imagine walking down the rows, right? But it's a very special thing, it actually turns out. Next slide, please. And of course, what matters, of course, is what the machine has, right? 2 exaflops of peak power spread over 74 compute racks. I always tell people when we give tours of the facility that I get to engage in a ridiculous hyperbole. One of my favorite ones is the weight of those individual racks. It's 8,000 pounds. And what I typically say to a lot of our visitors, that in East Tennessee units, that's 2 F-150 pickup trucks, which is a prodigious amount of infrastructure for something that just sort of sits there. Things quite aside from the GPU power of the machine, the amount of memory, the sheer amount of memory on the machine is actually going to has already enabled significant scientific advances, and I think is one of the most special things about the machine in a lot of ways, and the network, of course. So all of these things sort of seem to matter. And again, I always have to return to my history, if you will. We recently subsumed our test and development system called Crusher into Frontier. It seemed the right thing to do at this point. It's a rack and a half of the machine. A rack is 27 petaflops of compute power, almost exactly to 3 significant figures what Titan was about roughly a decade ago. That's a prodigious amount of compute power. So I hope to convince you that we've really been able to make real progress and impact on a variety of scientific fields using that power. Next slide, please. Okay, so what do you do with all of that? Well, my favorite pat answer is you do everything. It is my avowed position that nothing has the pluripotency in a scientific sense of supercomputing. I often get into nice little jousting matches with my colleagues at the Spallation neutron source up on top of the ridge at the laboratory. They rightfully point out the variety of scientific inquiry they can undertake with that scientific instrument. They're absolutely right. They can't touch us in some sense. There's a countable number of fields that you can make real impact on using neutron scattering. They're varied, but nothing compared to supercomputing. But what do you really want to do with a machine that looks and feels like this, that has this much in the way of resources? I think, again, everything, but there are some obvious things that sort of pop out to most computational scientists, I think. Problems that require the resolution of a vast range of scales in space or time. Problems where there's a lot of physics going on at each spatial grid point, for example, where the high number of degrees of freedom are present, where you have to model that stuff in detail to be able to understand how the evolution of the system is actually happening, and problems where the need to perform many high fidelity simulations to understand how things change with input parameters. I will note that I think all 3 of those things, it doesn't matter, it matters in detail, but it doesn't matter in overview what kind of modality you actually use to attack those problems. AI and ML, for example, can attack many of these problems, especially perhaps that last one, the ability to help with design of experiments for big parameter sweeps when you're having to put that many resources into the resolution of a problem. Next slide, please. And I think this body has also heard about this last year's Gordon Bell winner, Vikram Gavini from the University of Michigan, where they made use of fairly well-trained a hybrid method to get to what they would call quantum accuracy, or perhaps chemical accuracy. So chemical accuracy is usually defined as sort of a kilocal per mole, or something about 1 × 10⁻³ Hartrees per atom. And that's sort of where that line is that you see over on the right in the blue. What typically happens when you try to do electronic structure calculations or something like that, you're able to use various techniques on large systems. But as you increase the accuracy of those algorithms, you quickly lose the ability to be able to do larger and larger systems. There's something about sheer scale when it comes to electronic structure, where scale matters a lot and changes answers. So this ability to do something with almost 2 orders of magnitude bigger systems with a technique that looks a lot like a DFT hybrid technique and is approaching the accuracy of quantum Monte Carlo, that's a huge deal. The problem itself was looking at a magnesium alloy. The magnesium alloys are sort of notorious for being brittle. And the reason they're brittle is because there aren't many defects in the alloy. It turns out that defects are what turns something that has high ductility or high brittleness into something that actually can stand up to the rigors of being used in something. Blacksmiths, of course, have known this at a macroscopic level for many, many centuries at this point. But only by understanding at this level of fidelity how you might want to introduce dislocations or defects in these alloys can you hope to make a useful material out of it, for example? Next slide, please. Okay, so I've used this slide a lot, but I'd like to take you on a little ride, I think. People sometimes ask me, what is the one killer app for exascale computing? And again, returning to my original statement, back at the start of this run of slides, I want to stress that I don't like this question very much at all. I think it takes a lot of the focus off, again, sort of the Catholic purview of the ability of computing to answer questions. Nevertheless, people ask it. So I don't know if it's a killer app, but there is this one problem that requires more memory, which in this case means more resolution, faster compute speed, and it gets included in multiphysics simulations a lot. And that problem is, next slide, turbulence. It's ubiquitous in our lives. From the time you wake up in the morning and stir your cream into your coffee, to you look outside and you see something like we've seen for the past couple of days, and there's atmospheric turbulence going on all over the place. It's the last great unsolved problem in classical physics. Werner Heisenberg almost assuredly never said, when I meet God, I'm going to ask him two questions: why relativity and why turbulence? And I really believe he'll have an answer for the first. Almost undoubtedly an apocryphal quote, but it's a great one in my opinion. We remain far away, even at the exascale, from being able to resolve the turbulent cascade from the largest scales to the smallest scales. But maybe for a lot of problems, you don't have to do that. There are various physical processes that arrest that cascade at various points, or to get a usable answer, a useful answer, maybe you don't have to go that far. Next slide, please. So the last year's special prize for climate modeling, I think, is a very good example of the impact that exascale can have on modeling of turbulence. The big thing about the E3SM model, the SCREAM model, is that it's cloud resolving. That is, the mesh size is small enough to actually resolve clouds, especially in these systems that are called mesoscale convective systems. We've all got to experience those in the last 24 to 48 hours. Some of us will be able to experience those in the next 24 to 36 hours, because they include things like hurricanes, tropical storms, squall lines that pass over the US, those kind of things. That scale is not where most of the driving gets done in the atmosphere, but it's in this horribly uncomfortable position, sort of in the middle of the cascade. You have to get the transfer of energy from the very largest atmospheric scales down to the smallest atmospheric scales to be able to understand what's actually going on. The ability to do that using the entirety of Frontier, essentially, and then also be able to do 1.2 simulated years per day is a remarkable scientific achievement, and really opens up the vista for being able to do this in an organized way that really provides for being able to use that information in climate models, regional weather models, and other kinds of atmospheric science. Next slide. And again, here's another example that I think everybody on this committee has already seen. One of the first projects that we had on the machine was this project from GE Aerospace, where, first of all, let me say that the GE team are a magnificent team of HPC practitioners. In the earliest days of standing up the machine, they simply got on with the job at hand. And what was the job at hand? Well, it was to try to ameliorate the problems with an engineering approach for jet engines that's apparently been known for 50 years, which was news to me when this started. But it turns out that it's been known for a very long time that the most effective way to have a jet engine is not to have a little bit of air being pulled through a nacelle or a cowling around it at a high speed. It's to move a large volume of air at a relatively slow speed across that same jet engine. The problem is, if you did that naively, you could never place an airport anywhere near human beings, because the aeroacoustics, the noise, would be ridiculous. So you have to include at full scale, the way you're going to, because of the Reynolds scaling of the turbulence that actually happens, details of the way turbulence is actually birthed at the tips of these large fan blades. And there's no wind tunnel on the planet where you can put a full scale engine this size. The only thing you can do is do the experiment in silico. You have the advantage that you then have very good diagnostics, not without significant effort, but you do have the possibility for very good diagnostics. It gives you a window into how turbulence actually works in a very straightforward example, I think. Next slide, please. We can extend this sort of, you can only do experiments in silicon to another project that has used the machine essentially at full scale. And that's Eric Nielsen's team at NASA. The problem is we all want to go to Mars. People want to go to Mars. A vehicle that has astronauts in it and all the stuff they need will be of order 20 to 50 tons. This is orders of magnitude heavier, more massive than anything we've landed on that planet so far. And oh, by the way, it also has people in it. The thin atmosphere of Mars, roughly 100 times less dense than our own, you can't use a parachute. You can't use 20 parachutes. It won't be an effective way to slow down the descent. So what's the answer? It's retropropulsion. You basically fire rockets as you land to slow your descent. Now we're still talking about fast. The simulations that were performed on Frontier last about 35 physical seconds. And over that time, through the stratified atmosphere, you're going from, say, 10 kilometers down to 1 kilometer. So you're still moving pretty darn fast. And you also want it to be steady flight, so you can land the thing face up and be able to make use of it after you've landed it. This quote from the story we did on this: the team focused on the ultimate simulation they had hoped for years, a truly autonomous closed loop flight test, essentially again in silico. Not only is there the details of the turbulent combustion happening outside the engine, but there's also detailed chemistry. So as you move from left to right, it's the mass fraction of OH, the mass fraction of water, the temperature of the exhaust, and the Mach number of the exhaust. All this multi-physics information is possible to evolve in a self-consistent way because you have enough memory and you can compute it fast enough to make it a useful exercise in any way, shape, or form. Next slide, please. Squeeze down our sense of scale just a little bit to a tokamak, which again is sort of human scale in some ways, depending on the tokamak. But I think everybody, again, in this body has seen lots of renderings of the plasma inside tokamaks. You know, the big multicolored donut that lives inside what we think is the best design for a fusion reactor. Being able to produce more energy than you get, more energy out than you put into a tokamak is almost entirely dependent upon the ability to control turbulence in that plasma. There's so much driving going on. The turbulence, especially between the ions in the plasma that are dissociated from the electrons in the plasma. It's been thought for a long time that because of the way you drive the initial oomph to sort of dissociate the plasma, that the ions sort of have this sort of stabilizer by being pushed in one direction. And the electrons, they don't matter. They go so fast that the turbulence due to them won't make it much of a difference. However, with enough resolution and enough compute power, so you can accurately and precisely measure and evolve the coupling between the ions and the electrons, what this team, led by Emily Belly at General Atomics, was able to do on Frontier was to show that, yeah, for a large part of the tokamak plasma, you can in fact get a stabilizing effect. Oh, but by the way, at the very edge of the tokamak plasma, it's a completely different story. And in fact, there's a destabilizing effect. Anybody who's done a lot of numeric simulation will immediately stand up and scream boundary conditions. And you're absolutely right in this case. And something that this sort of notion is something you could only do with the power of a machine like Frontier. Next slide, please. Okay, so but not everything is turbulence. There's other stuff going on too. So let's reduce our scale just a little bit. It turns out that everybody knows that diamond is a hard substance, right? It turns out the crystallization of diamond is sort of what's called face-centered cubic, but it has some special sauce as well. That's sort of what makes it so hard. If you do a phase diagram, temperature versus pressure, for example, you'll notice that there's a change in the crystal structure of diamond from something that's roughly face-centered cubic to something that's what's called body-centered cubic. And it's just a matter of how the individual atoms array themselves in a crystalline lattice, and it provides even more mechanical stability to the system. If anybody's a Vonnegut fan, I always think of Ice 9 when I look at a phase diagram like this, right? And actually, I'm going to show you a movie in just a second that makes it even more compelling. Hit the go. The key here, though, is if you want to do molecular dynamics simulation and traverse this phase diagram the right way, you have to have interatomic models that are informed by quantum mechanical simulations as well. And that's exactly what this team did. They trained an interatomic model via machine learning using a lot of very, very high precision quantum mechanical simulations to see how the system, as it goes, for example, from low pressure and low temperature to higher pressure, how does it actually traverse this locus in this phase diagram? What does it actually do? Does it suddenly just snap into life? Well, no, not quite. Here you go. What happens is you get nucleation of this BC8 face-centered cubic kind of diamond suddenly appearing out of having a mixed phase of liquid carbon and solid carbon that's almost sort of kind of in the diamond phase. Very Ice 9-ish again. I think that is what I'm always struck by when I see that movie. The ability to do this is completely because you're able to run LAMPS, a molecular dynamics simulator, on 8,000 nodes of Frontier to be able to get answers that are reasonable in a reasonable amount of time and be able to test additional ideas. Let's go ahead and shrink our scale just a little bit more. Next slide. And talk about a recent study that we did sort of internal to the center about if you have a polar system like water, what kind of time steps do you actually need to take to make sure that you get accurate and precise answers? It's been lore for literally decades that to do a water bath with molecular dynamics, you need to have 2 femtosecond time steps. That's been the gold standard. Everybody does it. It's pretty easy to tell if you get enough water molecules, a big enough system, you actually need to shrink that. You need to shrink it to ensure something called equal partition. If you have a system like this where there are large scale degrees of freedom, the water molecules move around, as well as having rotational degrees of freedom for the system, vibrational degrees of freedom, you want to make sure that you can characterize what's actually happening in that system by temperatures. And the only way to effectively do that with a single temperature, or even a couple of temperatures, is to make sure that there's equal partition between all of those sources of energy. Because we're now able to get big enough systems so that this equal partition can be tested firmly, this study sort of proved that 2 femtoseconds doesn't do it. It basically violates thermodynamics that you're using down the line to be able to get the right answer. We took this result and we started thinking about what would somebody want to do for the next machine. Next slide, please. And it sets scales of the systems that you want to attack and their relative spatial extent as well. You know, if a water molecule is down there somewhere between 10 to the -9 and 10 to the -10 meters. You know, what about if you wanted to do a cell, a fairly complete cell, something bigger than E. coli, but or smaller than E. coli, but bigger than an HIV virus, for example? What would you actually have to do? Well, we took a look at this, hit go, and we actually built a benchmark for use in the OLCF6 procurement on Frontier by filling the machine as best we could with a very, very large water simulation, making it, evolving it for 100 steps at a half a femtosecond a step, again, because that's the only time steps that you can take and still be reasonable in your accuracy, led to something like 7.5 minutes for execution and the rest for startup to read in the neighbor lists and things like that. But now we have a good feeling for what are the bottlenecks, what are the possible cantrips around that scale that would immediately impact a simulation of a single cell. Next slide, please. Okay, one more reduction in the size of scale before we talk about something a little bit different. Frontier was recently used to provide insights into calcium-48's magnetic properties. If you're a national laboratory rat like me, until I was 25 years old, I thought that every room in every national lab had a chart of the nuclides in it, because I had never been in a room that didn't have a chart of the nuclides in it. So I became intimately familiar with it pretty quickly. So calcium-48 is in the chart of the nuclides, so proton number versus neutron number. It's away from the valley of stability, but not too far to the right. It's neutron rich, but those neutrons are not starting to sort of drip out. And in fact, it's even more stable than that because it's doubly magic. So the proton shells and the neutron shells are completely filled, and very much like a chemical element that has its electron valences filled, that's a pretty stable thing. You can, however, hit it with electrons or hit it with gamma rays, make one of those single neutrons spin flip, induce a dipole moment, and watch it decay. One of those neutrons turns into something else, and you have a completely different system at that point. That process, the electron scattering version of that, was studied many years ago, and a value for the electron dipole strength or the neutron dipole strength for calcium-48 was found to be 10 in rather arcane and exotic units. Oh, I'm sorry, it was found to be 4. But then a gamma ray experiment came along and found it to be close to 10. So there was a clear disparity between those two measurements. Careful coupled cluster techniques, the same kind of numerical techniques that were present in that run that I was talking about at the very start of this talk, Gavini's Gordon Bell Prize work, in coupled cluster approximation, were used, and only by having the full configuration space for the nucleus were you able to actually attack this problem. The result that was obtained says that the gamma ray results seem to be the most useful and the closest to experiment. It turns out that this particular measurement also has other ramifications. Next slide. Calcium-48, because it's neutron rich, but still kind of stable, it happens a lot in the core of massive stars as they end their life, as they get close to the end of their life. And the matrix element that I talked about that determines how fast this neutron spin flips is intimately related. In fact, it's the same matrix element as the calculation for electron capture of beta decay rates. So allow an electron to be spit out of the neutron at one point and a corresponding neutrino, or conversely, the neutrinos get absorbed, for example. Well, there's one place in the universe where neutrino absorption really makes a dynamic difference every day in the observable universe, and that's in core collapse supernovae. And differences of the kind that I just described in these matrix elements were actually determined long ago, and the effects on, for example, the shape, the position, the evolution of the supernova shock were actually discovered. That's been a long time indeed. Hit go. And matter of fact, a very bright-eyed and bushy-tailed postdoc with his then office mate a ridiculous number of years ago did these simulations using a set of rates that were very, very similar to the rates that are now determined through this work. Next slide. Okay, so all that is to say that science demands continue to grow. And the exascale has in fact accelerated their growth. We have in fact opened up new vistas that nobody had thought about before, because the ability to do that is brand new for a lot of fields. The level of fidelity that it has provided it brings about a huge range of possibilities. And a lot of this has been catalyzed and by innovation and software from ECP. So where do I see most of the new demands coming from? What do I think people are going to want to do next on the machine based on what we get in, for example, insight proposals or conversations that I have with folks who want to use the machine? The need to include and accurately account for larger domains. So for example, fusion reactor simulations that don't just look at the fusion plasma, but incorporate the blanket, even the pedestal on which the tokamak is setting. Engineering turbulent flows where you actually want to put it in a machine. Also, we have a strong need to increase total throughput for high fidelity simulations and for experimental data analyses. And I think that AI help for design of experiments to be able to control that parameter space is an immediate sort of poignant and pregnant need for a lot of different fields. The need to relax approximations that have been shown to break down. That 2 femtosecond time step as LOR is one example. The ability to build subgrid models that actually have high physical fidelity, improving. Tom Beck, the leader of science engagement at Oak Ridge, always gets mad at me when I call MD a wrong but useful theory, but it is. It's incredibly useful, but yeah, it's not what actually goes on. And coupling in multiphysics. Here you go. These you can fairly straightforwardly map to an array of technologies and specific needs for next generation systems. You know, to be able to include more in your physical domain, you need memory and you need memory bandwidth. To be able to increase throughput, AI and ML has a role to play here. Really fast wide area networks to get experimental data back and forth to compute in an effective way, and more usable flops in a lot of ways. And then AI and ML can also impact some of these relaxing of approximations that are used. Quantum computing, for example, we can maybe fix MD to some extent if we can actually get our mind around how to do that. Importantly, the last one I mentioned, and I think this sort of resonates with what Hal said earlier, or maybe a handful of other people, coupling in multiphysics still has a lot of algorithmic work that needs to be undertaken. If we're going to have very high precision, high fidelity simulations, let's closely examine the notion of operator splitting in a very, very serious way to see if we can actually get expository power out of it. And increases the capability are required to meet all of these demands. Next slide. This was recognized by ASCAC in the last year. For example, the facilities subcommittee had a list of recommendations where you recommended that Oscar launch a comprehensive R&D program that would go beyond business as usual, would require prototyping on 5-year timescales, for example. There's a suggestion that DOE shouldn't go it alone, and a new governance model is needed. You know, from our position at the facilities, we see there's a handful of post-exascale HPC challenges that we need to surmount sooner rather than later. Transistor costs are rapidly rising. Power per system on a chip is dramatically increasing. I can cook a steak on a GPU nowadays pretty effectively. It's remarkable. Architectural choices are driven, the market is driven by hyperscalers. And network power budgets rapidly grow as bandwidth also increases. Next slide. So to sort of take a tenuous next step towards that reality, we've recently launched this New Frontiers program. Now, it is based quite thoroughly upon the Star Forward programs that have been previously launched, but it's really designed to get a pipeline of perennial 2-year programs started. So we won't have lacunae that, we only fund a little bit of NRE, but we persistently update and drive new ideas for longer periods of time and longer periods of engagement. The themes for us are hardware emphasis on energy efficiency. We actually do watch the meter run because it directly impacts our budget. Software emphasis on sustainable software is very much part and parcel with that, and cross-cutting maturation of software and hardware ecosystems. I'm not super duper sanguine about the notion that application level energy efficiency is going to be able to add significant chunks to the energy efficiency story. But there's no reason you shouldn't try, number one. And number two, it could lead you to a variety of algorithms that might be a little more effective. Next slide. And with that, I'm very, very happy to take questions. A big thanks to all our OLCF users, and especially the ones that I highlighted over. Thanks.
Thanks very much for a great presentation, Ola. Okay, let's take questions. Irene.
I really like the way you framed the classes of problems that were getting done that couldn't be done before. Have you considered, you probably have, given where we are with respect to Moore's law and kind of the limitations that we're still facing, have you thought seriously about taking some of your subcategories, such as turbulence, and introducing some forms of specialization? Does that help you or not?
I think that's very much in play for New Frontiers. I think that one of the problems, if you will, is that there's a whole set of practitioners who have embraced in the past special purpose hardware, or would be perhaps tempted to do so today. There's another that have, especially multi-physics simulators, for example, that have very generalized needs and they need to be able to do algorithms that are quite disparate from one another. I'd be very interested to know exactly how much overlap there is in that Venn diagram before we went one way or the other. I think that perhaps though, special purpose hardware could look very much like a quantum computer attached to a big HPC resource, sort of as an outrigger to do the problems that it's good at. And I think we have made significant progress so far thinking about that. We still need to test it to make sure it works.
Thank you.
Gil online, please.
It says Gil can't unmute his microphone, so I'll read the statement. He said, first, very nice presentation. I am curious as to the extent you have engaged in experimental validation. In particular, have you grown any of the diamond in your simulation? If so, have you grown diamond substrates? And if so, how large?
Yeah, so I glossed that over. It's thought that BC8 basically only occurs in the interior of giant exosolar planets. We're pretty sure there's none in Jupiter. And so something that's a little bit bigger is where we actually think it occurs. But we can get close to an order of magnitude in pressure. We could, in fact, manufacture this stuff if we understood how to do it. And it has some benefits, like I said. Something harder than diamond, less fibril, is an enticing prospect for a material. So to answer Gil's question, no, we haven't grown any, but I don't think I also don't think that we're going to take a trip to a nearby solar system to get any anytime soon either.
Christina?
I don't know if this is a question for you, but I'm going to ask it. So you talk about the energy consumption that you have. So out of your whole facility, how does your budget look like? How much goes into people to maintain the facility? How much into energy? How much into, let's say, hardware and maintenance? And how much into software related to operating system? Give us an idea of what that looks like.
I kind of know these numbers to one significant figure, and that's all. So I'm very hesitant to break out exactly how we do that. If I remember, if I heard you correctly, you sort of put 4 buckets there. They're close to equal partition among those 4 buckets.
Wow.
Other questions? Oh, okay, David online, please.
Yeah, I was always curious on how well these physics simulations scale in parallel. I mean, for example, like in the turbulence simulations, do 10 processors realize a speed up of 10? You know, how much of the machine are you actually using when you do these simulations? You know, if you're using 100 processors, are you really seeing that 100 speed up in turbulence? Because I know there's a lot of communication going on in in the CFD simulations.
None of the simulations that I referred to today used fewer than 3,000 nodes on the machine. Sometimes that's dictated by how much total memory is needed to hold the system, but we benefit and suffer a little bit from our vantage point as a leadership computing facility. There's a strong selection effect for those kind of codes and problems where scaling is pretty darn good. We sort of self-select for that. And then if we don't have the scalability that we need to be able to actually get the problem done, we work very hard. And again, that's part of the reason that we have lots of people around to be able to work on that scalability problem. So yeah, we are very much tilted towards very large capability simulations, and those were exactly the kind of things that I outlined today. So for example, that LAMP simulation for the BC8 was 8,000 nodes. The water simulation took the entire machine, over 9,400 nodes. I think that the calcium-48 result was the smallest of order 3,000 nodes. So a third of the machine.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Tim?
Yeah, a comment and then a couple of questions. For the diamond simulations, I know that they were trying to do experiments on NIF, so not
Yeah,
but they are trying to develop.
It's the only way to go up and to the right in that phase
Exactly.
diagram. Yeah.
And then thinking back to kind of, the exascale, pre-exascale workshops 15 years ago or so, the 2 of the main concerns at that time were resilience and power. And I know, when the first ECP applications were getting onto Frontier, the success rate and the faults, and there were a number of issues. I'm kind of curious how things have evolved since then. And then the second part, actually, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's a wonderful question. And I alluded to that when I referred to the GE project. They were very much in the vanguard of those early days. And Stefan was keeping a spreadsheet basically of how often he got faults, right? They just know these guys knew what they were doing, and they had a very sophisticated checkpoint restart system to be able to carry them through. Nevertheless, it was annoying in the very, very early days. Now, it's only, I could quote to you the mean time between failures for the whole machine. I'll say this, it's gotten markedly better, number one. And number two, I don't hear people complaining to me anymore about the run times that they're able to get. A job fails now and again, but it doesn't bring your program of research to a screeching halt. And so that's sort of at the very edge of capability. I think that might be the right thing to aim for, is keep the work moving, even if you have to deal with the uniqueness of the machine.
Okay, and then a bit crazier, back on the power issue. 15 years ago, they were predicting, that instead of, core hours or node hours, you'd be charged by energy usage. And you mentioned monitoring, you're doing some monitoring.
Yes.
How, are there any interesting trends or observations there?
We have a pretty large effort interior to the center and with our other colleagues at various places to take a look at that. I think there's 2 big questions in my mind. You can measure energy usage in lots of different places in a complicated system. Disentangling what each of one of those means, I think from our operational standpoint is a very important first step. as far as being able to tell users how to take advantage of these kind of measurements, we also have to put in their hands the ability to measure energy consumption. So I'm looking very hard at Hal. That seems like a really good research topic to me, to be able to put tools in people's hands that allow them to reason about power usage, rather than just how much of my allocation did I burn down running the simulation.
And actually, relative to that too, I remember conversations about IOPS as another meter, because you may have trade-offs in how you implement things where you are stressing the network, but your cycles are low, and exploit your allocation that way. But I wanted to say I was very pleased to see the New Frontiers launch. I was curious if that, or to what extent that is Oak Ridge going it alone, or are there parallel efforts that are joining in the
New Frontiers is ours. We feel strongly that we needed to get out in front and do something. Do I expect that other things will happen? I do, but yeah, it's an Oak Ridge thing.
Christy, no, sorry, your light's still on. Okay, any further questions? Irene again.
Just a minor question. Were there any learnings, particularly carrying forward, given the scale that you're working at, the memory, et cetera, that relate to storage?
That relate to storage. Oh, that's a really good question. I would say that again, because there's a strong predilection to use the machine in its fullness, which means lots of flops and lots of memory, and then to be able to do detailed analysis. I think where that hits us first is in storage. And we're not the biggest Lustre system, but Orion, the file system attached to Frontier, is a very large Lustre file system with many, many knobs on purpose, right, to allow people to do that. I think we're still in the throes of really learning how to make that file system sing. We've got a lot of people working on that problem, but we have people who get great throughput for I/O. We get people who have pathologically slow things. It's, you know, we extend our bespoke sort of position, our posture to those people as quickly as we possibly can. So I would say that one of the biggest things that I learned is that it's not just striping on Lustre, that I actually have to pay attention to how I'm also using the network at the same time I'm trying to use the network to get things written on disk.
But no big surprises or setbacks?
No, I think it's at that level, which can have very important and clear quantitative and qualitative impacts. But yeah, I think it's stuff we sort of know in theory, but in practice, everything changes a little bit.
Thank you. Thanks. I enjoyed your talk. Thank you. I wanted to go back to where you were discussing the energy efficiency. And really, when you were talking about working together with the hardware, software, working together in that space, because it's recognized too, when you look at hardware, a lot of the energy efficiency is coming from a reduced precision. Looking at mixed precision, in which case it really does come on algorithms and methods to take advantage of that when possible.
Yes.
And just was wondering if you could comment on, for example, lessons learned with Frontier to look at future directions with respect to energy efficiency.
That's a wonderful question. I could actually opine about this for a long time, but let me give one thing that maybe is a little bit unique to the talk around this, and let's not talk about truly reduced precision, but just the simple difference between double precision and single precision. We do have evidences of codes where the drop to single precision, where it is adequate, has shown significant performance advantages and energy use advantages in a lot of ways. So the way I always put this to practitioners is, unfortunately, along with Moore's Law dying, we also have come to the end of what I call lazy promotion. That is declaring everything single precision in your code and using a compiler flag to raise it. You actually have to look and see what you're actually, what you actually need. For example, are you computing an equilibrium or a quasi-equilibrium by a competition of rates, where you're essentially canceling at some decimal place? We do have, and we have codes that need quad precision for some simulations. But the ability to do that is just like the ability, I think, to be able to think about energy usage in a constructive way. We probably need some tools to help us determine what data structures in an individual code actually can be single precision or reduce precision, and which ones have to stay at double precision. Because without that help, people will be a little bit lost. It's terra incognita, and there's no way to really pick that out, I think.
Any further questions? Okay, I have a couple of questions for you. Let's start. In DFT, do you think that the demand for larger and larger numbers of atoms is just going to grow with the machines that we have available, for example?
I think that there's still room to move towards larger system. That 75,000 atom magnesium alloy cell is sort of at the bare minimum that you really want to talk about long range correlation. So there's probably another order of magnitude along that axis to be had, but to bring down the total time to solution, there's still a lot of room there, and the ability to get even more exact answers. That quantum accuracy line, and I didn't appreciate this until very recently, it's sort of arbitrary. It equals a kilocalomole. It's a very useful signpost, but it's a little bit arbitrary in its actual value. So there's probably room to improve there as well.
And then you sort of talked about the underuse in terms of flops and so on. So there's clearly scope for many applications to be able to use a higher percentage of peak. And how do you think we enable that through architecture in some ways? Because that seems to be you typically still hear very low numbers, and many of the codes that run on Frontier, I'm sure, don't actually achieve a very high percentage of peak. And there's maybe an order of magnitude, or maybe even more than that, in terms of the architecture that's possible, perhaps.
Yep. And so I tried to smuggle that answer in when I said usable flops to some extent. Again, if you take seriously my construction that large multi-degree of freedom simulations or training sets or whatever is sort of the raison d'etre of having really, really big machines, I think it's almost inescapable that means not only memory capacity, but memory bandwidth to a large measure. And so paying closer attention than we perhaps would ordinarily even to that particular problem, I think is important. Ultimately, if I have an equation that relates a mathematical object that has many degrees of freedom to another object that has many degrees of freedom, I'm stuck. Algorithms can help, but ultimately I'm mapping from one high dimensional manifold to another high dimensional manifold. AI does that pretty well. But nevertheless, to be able to do it in a controlled way and an explainable way, I think is important. And so I would say that nothing about the lessons we've learned from Exascale so far has disabused me of the notion that memory bandwidth is perhaps for practitioners one of the primary considerations.
And then you mentioned AI. I mean, presumably when you move forward, you're thinking hard about trying to include specialized AI accelerators and maybe even quantum accelerators too. I mean, those seem to be part of future architectures.
Yeah, I think we do have sort of a default position that modern microprocessors are in some sense AI accelerators because that's where the market's being driven. But yes, quantum accelerators. I think for example that quantum outriggers, what I would call an outrigger. So a separate quantum system that's closely coupled to an HPC resource might be one of the first things it's certainly one of the first things we're going to look at. And there's pieces of puzzles all over the place where there are strictly quantum problems that would lend themselves to quantum computation embedded in larger contexts that perhaps aren't quantum problems. And the ability to, as fast as possible, couple those is a pretty enticing prospect. I mean, there are problems where I'm convinced I'll never see the ability to really get the answer correct unless we have usable quantum computing for it.
And then finally, I believe there was a quote from somebody who said, you know, reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. And in that context, I'm just looking at something from IEEE that says, you know, it talks about how hybrid bonding is a 3D chip tech that's saving Moore's law. So, you know.
Yeah, no.
Comment.
I guess I would say that's a cheat, but it's a great cheat.
It's really kind of obvious.
It's really terrific. Yeah, so we have to have some, and what we see in the marketplace, you know, when we think about future systems, there's still performance increases to be had through various dimensions. But the simple just doubling of transistors and the associated Dennard scaling. Yeah, that party, like I said, much to my chagrin, I think is.
I mean, there are clear physical limits, but those limits do not exist on our ingenuity.
Indeed,
and that's one of the things that, you know, often how we confound those physical limits in some way. Now, clearly there are limits too.
I had a colleague one time that said, "Forever is a very long time." So, yeah.
Well, are there any more questions? Okay. Well, let's thank you for a great presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are running a little bit ahead, but Irene, are you okay to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to do my slides for me. Is that right? Okay, thanks. So I'm just going to give a very brief introduction to this charge that was given to ASCAC, to Martin in particular. And in August, it is really to take a look to review the Computational Science Graduate Fellowship Program, which is about a 30-year-old program or so, maybe even a bit longer. Christine can correct me if yeah, it's at least 30 years. And the last time that ASCAC took a look at it, the last report I could find was in 2011. So it's been about 15 years since there's been a look from ASCAC at the program. Next slide. So this charge came from Harriet Kung, and the overall charge, and I don't want to lose, there's a lot of words on this page, but the overall charge is really to take a look at the effectiveness and impact of the program over the past decade. So not going all the way back to 30 years, but just looking at the last decade. And then in contrast, the last time there were 4 specific areas of interest. This time there are 8. And some of them are what you might expect about looking at the students who receive the fellowships, and is their experience effective and impactful as a result of the program. And this second one also was from the last charge as well. Is this program unique, and if so, in what ways? So that's preserved and enhanced. And then there are a series about making sure, given this program's important role, making sure that its reach, this is eligibility is for US citizens only. So we want to make sure that we're reaching the population, as broad a population, geographically and every other dimension as we can. And can we broaden that further? And then this next one, I think, is an opportunity to maybe look out a little bit. We just heard about Exascale, which has been a major program for DOE, and it's clear this program had impact within the context of Exascale and some of the areas of application focus in Exascale. So as we look out over the next 5 or 10 years, are we positioned for what DOE needs from this program? We were asked also to take a look at governance and how should it evolve, and taking a look specifically at students at institutions that are historically underrepresented, and are they being given the opportunity in this program? Next slide. So the committee was assembled and really began its work in September. So we're just less than a month in. The members of the committee, Valerie is my co-chair, a very active co-chair, which is good for me and the rest of the committee. And then about half of the members of the subcommittee, Tina Brower-Thomas, Susan Gregoric, David Torres, are also on ASCAC, and the remaining are either from academia or from other agencies or from the laboratory. So we have a pretty broad representation. Next slide. We have a little bit more on the program itself. I said it's been going about 30 years. The current PI is Shelley Olson. The CREL has overseen the program for a couple of decades, nearly from the beginning, I think, from the beginning. The co-PIs are David Brown and Jeff Hittinger. Those are the technical co-PIs. And I've copied these words, which I'm not going to go through, but these are really the mission of the program, and that's clearly articulated on the website. And it is intended to engage all the DOE laboratories so that's quite a bit of diversity in terms of the target audience for the fellowships, for the practicums associated with the fellowship. Next slide. So right now we have established, since we have 8 subcharges, we've established sub-teams that will focus on answering those specific questions in the report. This doesn't mean that others will be excluded. It just means that a subgroup will focus on each question. We did meet with the CSGF leadership virtually and provided a set of questions. They've asked to come back October 18th with responses to those questions. We might have a few more. We did meet with the program managers on the DOE and NNSA side last Friday. We provided a request for additional information. We already have those, most of it, thanks to the DOE program managers. And we're currently focused on information synthesis and identifying any additional information or interviews that we need to do. So I should also say that the charge, which is on the website, the ASCAC website, requests a draft to ASCAC by the end of October, which is going to be challenging, and final report at the end of January. We still believe at least the end of January is doable, but it's an aggressive timeline. So that's what we're working towards. So That's all. I don't know if there are any questions or any additions. As I said, we have good representation among ASCAC. If there are any things you'd like to add.
Sure, we can take questions. People have questions they would like to ask. Let's go.
Yeah, well, yeah, I didn't realize it'd been since 2011. That's quite a while. Though there's been a lot of activity with the program in the meantime,
Absolutely.
like its renewal and all sorts of things. I would say, and you probably have discovered this, there probably are a lot of self-studies and so on that will have data that is important. I hope you are able to get a hold of that rapidly.
Yes, I would say that first of all, the PIs and the program managers have been very helpful in supplying data. In some areas, there's a lot of information, and in particular about the students. There's a longitudinal study that was completed within the last 2 years that's online, and we have access to that, et cetera. So there is a fair amount of data, but there are also, I should say, some areas particularly related to the charge questions where there's not data readily available, but the PIs have been quite responsive. So. Thanks, Roscoe.
Any further questions, comments, clarifications? Please don't be shy. Okay, so I think we are a little bit ahead of schedule.
Well, I think maybe we could take a longer break because I don't want to, and I'm not sure actually if Tuk is online, but the next stop in the agenda is a briefing from Tuk Hong. So let's come back around maybe 3:40, and if she's online, then we can start a couple of minutes earlier. Okay, yes, that we're gonna have to take a break so that she's online with us at the right time, consistent with the agenda. Anyway, so
what was the question? Oh.
We'll take those questions.
Okay, for the question online, we'll take those public questions at the end, actually. Okay, let's start for the last session, and I'm delighted to welcome Cy Hammond, who's going to talk to us, and in place of Tuk, who unfortunately couldn't make it. So the floor is yours, Cy. Go for it.
Thank you. Can you see slides okay?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, folks. I know it's been a long day. Getting quite a lot of feedback, actually. Let's see where that's coming from. All right. Is that better? Okay. Apologies that Tuk can't be here. She is stuck in a meeting, can't get over to see you guys. So you've got me, and I'll try and do the best I can with the slides and take any questions that you've got. So today we'll talk about the ASC program, which is NNSA's HPC and modeling and simulation program. All right, there we go. So the ASC program was stood up in the early 1990s when the United States decided that it was no longer going to conduct underground testing for its nuclear weapons stockpile. And at the time, I think it was sort of a little unsure as to what would replace that. So a political decision not to conduct underground testing to promote non-proliferation in the world. And what ensued essentially was the creation of a large HPC program and the development of a sequence of multi-physics and engineering codes that would allow us to model and simulate the nuclear stockpile. And over time, that has improved. Quality of those codes has improved significantly as the HPC machines have also improved. And we've moved from things like 1D to 2D, now to fully integrated 3D, fully integrated multi-physics. I would say that this has happened alongside our ASCAC colleagues, and we've been able to share a large portion of the technology program from both from ASC and from ASCAC. And I think this has been most keenly felt probably in exascale, where we've jointly worked to develop exascale platforms, and ours will finally come online after much waiting. LCAP will be online shortly. That hardware is at Lawrence Livermore right now, and is in the process of being accepted. So we'll wait for SC24 when we'll be able to make announcements on that. So the mission is ultimately to develop very highly predictive simulations. We call that verified and validated. So verified that the codes are doing what we think they're doing, and validated against the physics with test data and experimental data. And then also engineering codes, which are typically developed at Sandia to design things like re-entry vehicles and the stuff that the nuclear weapons go inside, essentially. These tools are used for a sequence of important missions, including the design of the US nuclear stockpile, but also extensions and modifications to those weapons after they've been in design for some time. So once we field one, we might make a modification to that, and that would be called a life extension program. And then anything that we find which would be anomalous during the course of fielding or operating the weapons, we would be able to utilize a modeling and simulation capability to understand what had happened inside the weapon, which was not expected. Thankfully, that is not common, and we have a really good capability if we ever need that. Every year, we assess the nuclear stockpile and make sure that it is safe and that it's secure from tampering and intrusion and various other secure concerns, and we call that the annual assessment. That goes to the president, signed by the Tri-Lab directors, and HPC and ASC underpin a significant portion of that work. So the program has been in the process of essentially overhauling a portion, actually fairly significant portion of its strategic, we call them strategic guidance. These are usually reports that are run by the program. There is really 3 of those. One for the computing half of the program, so that's the HPC and facilities. It's a 10-year strategy. One for the simulation component of the program. That's the component that develops the codes, develops the models of the systems that the codes will use to run. And then the V&V component of that checks that they operate well and correctly with respect to the science. And then there's an additional one on AI. So all of these documents are public. There are classified versions of them as well that contain more detail, but there are at least public versions of all of these documents for the committee and for any members of the public that need them. This is the components that go into our program. I think we've talked about many of these already. So our integrated codes program that writes the codes, our PEM that develops the models, physics and engineering models is PEM, V&V that checks they work correctly. I'll talk about the CSSE and facilities in a second, but this capabilities for nuclear intelligence is a new program that underpins assessments that the United States needs to perform for overseas. And then let's talk about the computational systems and software environment. This is the bit that really deploys HPC resources and develops the software stacks that run on them, and then runs those in operations and supports the users. So as you can see, it's a pretty broad program. I'm lucky enough to run the CSSE component of this program, and it's an incredibly busy job. So we have a Well, we have 3 labs typically that deploy our computing facilities. We have a facility at Los Alamos, facility at Lawrence Livermore, and a slightly smaller facility at Sandia in New Mexico. And these 3 labs deploy large HPC platforms, a little bit like the LCFs at ASCAC, and then the smaller systems at Sandia, where we typically do more test beds and prototyping. So we just deployed Crossroads at Los Alamos, which is a large Intel Sapphire Rapids system. El Capitan, our exascale machine, will come online shortly. All the hardware is in, so it's kind of online right now. There'll be a system called Spectra at Sandia. We haven't published the full specs of this yet, but this is a next generation coarse grain reconfigurable array accelerator, which is sort of in testing right now for our applications, and we're going to see if that technology is going to work well. We have a large portfolio of CTS systems. These are kind of typical CPU systems. We don't have accelerators in those usually. And then part of hardware. And you can see the pictures of some of that hardware, the Cerebras and some neuromorphic systems from Intel. We have a pretty broad range of hardware in the program. So we have just completed, well, I guess we completed this process of executing lots of so we did this study with the National Academies for them to review our post-exascale strategy. We had lots of folks from our labs and present to that committee, and there was a significant number of findings that came back in that report, which we're still executing on, but I think it's important to realize that it really was taken very seriously, and the feedback has been very useful. And in many ways, it was trying to encourage us to take more risk in some of our R&D strategy. And so we're in the process of making sure that we understand what the committee is telling us, and then we're trying to action that. And so we're seeing already the effect of that in our strategy with the tri-labs. So this was a very useful report. 3 recommendations principally that came from that was to think very hard about how we do HPC procurements and roadmaps for the NNSA, so how we plan for HPC systems. Specifically, a number of industry vendors were interviewed by the panel and described some very significant frustrations with how we run our procurement models related to how they can realize revenue and our requirements are put together. And so we're sort of in the process of slowly changing that model so that it fits more with what was suggested by our industry partners and is more flexible. The second significant finding was thinking about how we perform investment in foundational R&D and don't sort of overly fixate on production capabilities. So really the development of more interdisciplinary R&D, and to ensure that we have a really credible AI and ML program, which we have taken very seriously and are in the process of building up. And then the third was to ensure that we have a really sustained pipeline of staff and skills that come to the NNSA, working through our interagency partners and university collaborators, and then really take a very serious look at how we can do better at that. So one of the sort of answers to that has been our academic alliance programs. These have run for some significant period of time. You can see the dates here on the side, the PSAP programs and academic alliance, which is what it started in 1997. We're just in the process now of releasing our PSAP 4 program, which will start in 2025. It has additional opportunities for new research areas, and we're going to allow some AI and some ML in that as well. And so we've been trying to take this feedback to our heart and to actually execute on that and make sure that this can be applied to a broad range of university partners as is possible. So just a plug for that, if you haven't seen that already, certainly go to that website at Livermore. And then just a quick update really on procurements. So you can see where we are. It's this kind of line. We just accepted just accepted Crossroads at Los Alamos, just in the process of accepting LCAP, as I've said. Our ATS-5 future system for Los Alamos, the procurement is on the streets right now. Looking forward to seeing the responses for that shortly. We are in the planning phase for a future fleet of commodity systems. These are typically smaller and mostly CPU only. That process of planning has just got underway. And we talked about the Spectra system at Sandia, which is this Vanguard 2 program, prototype program. We are just actually starting to think about our Vanguard 3 as well. We're a little early because some opportunities have come our way in terms of certain vendors offering some potential engagements with us. And so we're just trying to evaluate those right now. So the pipeline is busy, and we have a plan for how we roll these systems out right the way out now till 2030. So for post exascale, we're essentially got these two large machines following very similar model to before, but different ways of producing requirements and running the procurement. And then we continue to have a commodity and prototype line where we can, so commodity is typically more stable environments. The prototype is usually more for R&D. On that front, we've had a sequence of earmarks to develop advanced memory technologies from Congress. There's an additional one that was given to us in FY23 because of the way the budget kind of didn't happen that year, and then we didn't get it again on time in 24. We're just in the process of executing the start of those contracts now, so they'll be announced soon. You can see participants in this program here: NVIDIA, Cerebras, AMD, Intel. There are subcontractors also, which are not listed, which are important US technology providers as well. This program typically looks for trying to find like a 40x improvement in our future HPC platforms. In the middle here is a next generation HPC networks project, which is run on behalf of the TriLabs by Lawrence Livermore. And that is, we selected Cornelis for that. This was a company that came from Intel, sold off by Intel, and supplies outstanding networks that we use in our commodity platforms. So we're working with Cornelis on the next generation of network design. And then on the right here, we have this advanced architectures program. We talked a little bit about Vanguard 2 at Sandia, but there's some other technologies that are included in that, including new storage technologies from DDN and a new, kind of like a new way of scheduling workflows across systems from a company called Control IQ, which is developing a sort of, it's a little bit like cloud and a little bit like an HPC scheduler, and you can kind of use the resources in similar ways. We're pretty excited about what the early results of that are showing. I think it won't surprise you that we are investing heavily in machine learning and AI. I'm sure you've heard plenty about that all day. I know Helena was on earlier and Hal as well, talking about DOE's interest in that. We're also working on the quantum and neuromorphic space. For quantum, there are some real benefits that can provide NNSA's workloads. And so we have the labs working on that. Unfortunately, that's stuff which we can't really talk about very much yet. But we'll sort of have some extra results on that soon. And then on the neuromorphic front, this is sort of our path to energy efficiency, which we're looking at. So there's a test bed here that you can see being delivered to Sandia, which is a low EHE accelerator from Intel, super low energy, and for specific types of algorithms, for instance, some of our linear solvers, we can achieve amazing performance per watt with these systems. And so we're looking at whether there's opportunities to utilize this technology in HPC so that we don't end up being able to be, don't end up sort of being stuck by what hardware we can deploy because of energy consumption. Here's the AI and machine learning, which is sort of obligatory in every presentation today, but we're taking this really seriously. So we have, hopefully, you'll see lots of participation from NNSA in the broader DOE AI for Science. I will say, I think this is an amazing time to be at DOE with all of the major offices in the department trying to pull together in the same direction for AI. You know, some very good exchanges of requirements and approaches between all the offices. And I think we're really taking this seriously. So I feel really good about sort of the partnerships, and now we're trying to develop that and build plans for what a future larger initiative could be for FAST. But just even where we are today, we're already trying to execute, all the offices are trying to execute something around AI and ML. We're doing the same thing. We have a AI for ND strategy, which tries to apply AI to our design and national security missions. There's a little plug, there's a little report icon for it in the far right. And I'll just say that, we continue to develop use cases, and I think we're starting to see the benefits of some of this already. We'll have 7 pilot projects, which will start in FY25, which starts next week, which will also be fairly significant uses of AI in our actual science capability, not just AI for doing AI, but actual AI for the real science that we're trying to develop. And those will start real soon. Pretty happy with that. This is an eye chart for some of the things we're working on. I'm sure we'll share the slides with you. But generally, we're looking at four main areas: materials, stockpile design, how to apply AI to manufacturing, and then using AI in the maintenance and surveillance missions, which look at the behavior of components and things which age in time. So there's some detail here. This is just the start of us starting to put down pins of technologies we think we can use in our mission. And this continues to evolve. Maybe in fact, we already have an updated version of this, which we've been working on. So final thoughts. We have been at this for some time, since the 90s, when we really did move to this modeling and simulation capability to keep the nation's nuclear weapons stockpile working. And I think we've done a good job, done a really good job. I think we've done a really good job with that. But we continue to learn more about what we need to do. The science continues to improve, and we still have challenges ahead of us with some of the things that we'd like to be able to do. So although we've spent a significant period of time and effort working on exascale, I think you heard earlier from Branson, the exascale isn't the end, right? That there's more computing to come, and there's still challenges that we have in front of us, and we have that too. So we're looking forward to sort of a post-exascale era and benefiting from a lot of the work we've been doing in porting codes to be platform portable. But we think there's still more to come. And I think a major effort underway in the department has been to make sure that we're working across DOE programs and with other agencies, with industry and academia, to make sure that we're doing this as a team rather than just individual programs. You've heard about things like the DOE FAST RFI. You've heard now about our PSAP program that's out on the streets. And you've heard that we're trying to engage more vendors and change our procurement models to be more flexible. So most of this is driven by real feedback that we've had from the community. We take it really seriously in our program. And I fully understand Oscar does the same. And we're trying to execute to that. So continue to provide feedback. This is stuff that we're very, very happy to receive. And I want you to know that we really do try to make things better as a result of that. So with that, I'll stop and see if you have any, see if you have any questions, and pass it back to Christine.
Okay, thanks very much. Questions? I mean, the part of the idea behind hearing this was to understand what the future look was, and to understand whether or not there were things that we could learn from you and so on. So let's open it up to questions, please. Valerie.
Okay, thanks, Sai. I enjoyed the presentation. I wanted to ask about the prototyping activities that you mentioned in the 3, I think, different areas and the connections with industry.
Yeah.
And if you can elaborate, in terms of those activities, do you have close collaborations with the labs in terms of the lab staff in that area? Are you also looking at maybe specialized architectures? If you could just provide a little more details in that space, that would be great.
Yeah, thanks, Valerie. So That's a great question because it's also what I used to do before I moved to headquarters at Sandia. I used to as a manager of that department and a staff member there. So we have quite a range of activities. One of the things that we have there is a hardware simulation capability, which is designed to be very scalable. We use that in multiple national security programs, but think about that as sort of a virtual hardware creation thing, capability, right? So if you can dream an architecture up, you can kind of mock it up in the simulator and you can do that. The next step is sort of our coarse-grained and our FPGAs, where you can take some of those ideas and you can put them down and you can try to look at little RTL blocks and see how that performs. So I would say that's, very much research, right? The next step is in our testbed program, we have instances of a pretty large range of hardware, which our industry partners have, pitched to us that we think is potentially viable. We bring instances of those systems in, and then we test them with a variety of benchmarks and algorithms and math libraries and stuff to see if that's really true. And I mean, there's various levels of success, right? Some of the workloads work really well on one, but not so well on others. You're always in this mix of trying to find a good balance for your future systems. When some of those look promising, we then take them forward into the Vanguard program, which is our prototyping, like larger scale prototyping activity. So we'll often take hardware, which is, serial number one system, and then try and actually make it work for our codes. And really, the real reason we really lean in to do that is we're trying to de-risk the improvement of that technology so that it's ready for deployment in our systems and our advanced technology systems, sort of 4 to 5 years out. So I think the message I'd like to give you is that there's thought about that, right? There's a continuous flow, a sort of almost pyramid of lots of things, but done at very shallow level that feeds up to do stuff in a sort of much more, serious, a lot more time consuming, a lot more focused approach. And that's how, all three of our labs work on that program in that way. So we did this with ARM. It was our first petaflop ARM system was a result of that program. And now we're working on this coarse-grained approach, which is a completely different way of designing hardware. And then we can't talk about what the third project will be yet, but we're working on that now, and it's a result of a lot of the research that we did sort of at the simulator level.
And then if I can ask another one, and that is, so this is good to know, thank you. Do you also look at it in terms of hardware, software as well, looking at the software aspect, I would imagine, but just wanted to comment on that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, you can't run these systems without a pretty decent hardware environment. So we have like a reduction HPC stack, and then we have more of like a what we call like the prototype stack, which is allowed to be not quite so stable. It doesn't, not everything's going to work. The whole point of the activity is actually to find out the stuff that doesn't work and is sort of not performing, blocks don't fit together very well. So that's called ATSI. That runs, we usually port that to these either prototype systems or our test beds. It's usually partially ported because we don't have to port everything because that's usually quite an expensive activity. So we port enough to get the benchmarks stood up so we can learn from them. I will say that, through ECP and our work with Office of Science as well, we really lent in to develop the COCUS programming model. And that really gave us this ability to move a lot of our benchmarks and our libraries quite quickly to new architectures. And so we're really benefiting from that now, because whenever all this new hardware arrives, it's relatively straightforward to get an initial capability up and running. I'll say it's not optimized and we've got a lot of work to stabilize it most of the time, but it gives us at least a first pass at it without having to rewrite everything. So, we've learned, I think, we've made a lot of mistakes over the years with like rewriting a load of stuff in CUDA. That wasn't smart. So then we went on and we developed COCUS. We tried to port production stacks to prototype testbed environments. And I think we learned that was also not going to be necessarily a super successful strategy. then we needed to relax the constraints sometimes. And so the product of where we're at today is that we've made some mistakes, with learning experiences along the way, and it's better today as a result of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the mistakes are part of research. So.
Yeah, and I made lots of mistakes. I tell you, I was
Yeah.
a big mistake maker, so you can blame me on a lot of that.
Okay, let's take some more questions. We have time. I guess if nobody else wants to. NNSA has a slightly different focus, so it's concerned about its applications. And the newer architectures offer the opportunity to rethink applications in terms of, I'm thinking of things like the MFEM Center at Livermore and so on. And the fact that those codes essentially, well, they almost get flops for free on GPUs in the sense of, that greater compute intensity is much better suited to some of the more modern architectures. What's your view on, just in general, about how this process moves forward in the sense of, future generations of GPUs and changes to software and the challenges that exist in that way?
No, that's a big question. So I mean, certainly your characterization of MFEM is definitely right. We are already working with the GPU vendors on essentially what the future architecture balances should be. I think it's obvious that, they don't necessarily want lots of floating point 64. They want lots of floating point 4 and 8 and 16. And this is going to present a challenge for us. The nice thing I would say about NFEM is, in many ways, it's a very clean library design. The applications use the interfaces. And so behind the scenes, we can change a lot of the way this gets implemented if we think there's different methods. So we're looking at lower and mixed precision. It is very challenging for us in NNSA, frankly, to do that. We use the full range of 64-bit in calculations. And in many cases, we are in a regime where we need some pretty accurate answers. So this is a challenging thing. We have, MFEM is funded under ASC and ASCAC to perform R&D to answer some of that questions and to look forward and to give us some answers on what that approach should be. And in fact, they're one of the projects which in many ways is our sort of scouting activity, right? To find out what really is going to happen. I wouldn't want to predict where this is going to go, but I think that if we don't lean in heavily on the mixed precision and at least looking at other precisions, we're probably going to find out we don't have a lot of hardware choices. And so this is a pretty serious activity to at least give us insurance policy against floating point 64 becoming a lot less prevalent in hardware. Yeah, I don't know if that was the sort of question you were really trying to ask about the floating point 64, but it is a sort of source of real stress.
Yeah, I was trying to think about, much of the Office of Science code base is similar in the sense of, most PD calculations are relatively low flops per word. And so the challenge of getting performance out of that applications base is something that, there are many different solutions. You can have better sort of, faster buses, high-speed buses between memory and execution, for example, which some of the machines like, is it the Venado machine, with the ARM chips has. And there are certainly opportunities for doing that. But then another way around this problem is to think about rethinking your software to use higher order and maybe use fewer degrees of freedom, but have greater compute intensity to make use of accelerator architectures in some way. So that was really behind the thinking, in the sense of what does the future hold, and there's more in common, I think, between an NSA and the Office of Science than people might think because of the many of the applications. And so it was interesting to try and think through what the forward look is in some sense for an application space like that. I mean, do we specialize the architectures, or do we think more about changing the software, or do we do both?
I mean, I think you'll it probably won't be a surprise. I mean, you've worked with us a long time, Martin. You know, it won't surprise you to hear me say it's going to be very challenging for us to change all of our software at NSA quickly. And so I think, you know, our answer today is to think, yeah, so we have MFEN, right? And we've built some production capabilities on that. It's incredibly capable. That is our newer generation of software for sure. We have a lot of existing software that's fully, you know, validated that we need to use for work today. And that's why we're spending quite a lot of time on things like AMT, our Advanced Memory Technology Project, and our prototyping to try to figure out how to evolve hardware so that it doesn't, you know, that can still support those classes of algorithms and workloads as well. It's entirely possible that we do bifurcate our HPC platforms for, you know, one which is very flop dense and maybe one which is, say, very memory bandwidth dense. And we've looked, I'm not saying that's what we're going to do, but we've looked at strategies like that, which would differentiate the platforms and allow these codes to work well. The challenge, of course, is, and you're fully aware of this because you've worked in the space for a long time, in a multi-physics code, you typically have got these things next door to one another in different phases. And, you know, you go from a memory bandwidth phase to a compute bound phase. And so you can't really overly specialize into a very tight corner of the optimization space to get what you want. So that's going to be our challenge. I think the best answer I've got today is that our AMT program is really trying to figure a lot of that out. And we have, ASCAC has a sister program to that, right, which PNNL has run for years. And we're in touch with those folks to make sure that DOE in general is going to benefit from, benefit from that work. There's stuff which I'd love to be able to tell you that we are going to do, but there's some really great technology that we've just finished working on with one of these vendors, which is going to make it into some vendor roadmaps in the next 2 years. And I am just so excited about what that's going to be able to do for us. So it's not we've got little glimmers of hope, I think, on the memory bandwidth that are just going to be really great when they arrive.
That's really good. Any further questions? I think that's been really helpful because it gives us a good idea of, you know, where the commonality is and also how you're trying to address some of these problems which are present in both settings. And maybe there are things, I mean, inevitably you can always learn from what other people do. And what you're trying to do with the memory technology is really interesting, I think. And as is the sort of, you know, move forward in terms of software and making it easier for that software to use the modern architectures. So I want to thank you very much. That was really, really very interesting. And it's part of a sort of forward look we're taking in ASCAC to think about future technologies and look at what people are doing and trying to see what we can learn from the efforts of others and what's applicable and so on. So that was absolutely very, very helpful indeed. Thanks again.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. Hopefully I'll see you in person sometime soon. Thanks.
Indeed. Thank you. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you. We've come to the end of our agenda today. Now the floor is open for public comments, and we've been receiving some public questions from the public. So I'm gonna turn it over to Christine, who's gonna read some of the questions that we've received, and we'll provide some answers.
Okay, the first 3 questions were for Hal from his presentation. What is your Oscar view on public-private partnership on AI, engaging private sector to leverage their experience, specifically on AI, generative AI, to accelerate scientific research? Yes.
The button. Okay, good. All right. Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, it's obviously a great question. There's a lot of interest and investment on the private sector side in all sorts of generative AI technologies, and we have been certainly encouraging of our research community to engage with the private sector to understand where they have basic research challenges and needs and where they're interested in partnering with the research community to address challenges for the scientific community and the scientific enterprise. As obviously, I don't know exactly where things are going to go in the future, and I don't think anyone else does either. There is a lot of interest in understanding how we can leverage the advancements that are coming from the private sector and how we can improve on those, how we can generate innovation on the scientific AI side, and then how that can get transferred back into the private sector. We have seen some really innovative work that our national laboratories and others have done. I know that recently, for instance, there was a partnership people have talked about between say Microsoft and the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, looking at materials design and other uses of generative AI and understanding how they can partner together. And there's this significant amount of interest in the private sector in understanding how AI can be used to accelerate things like drug discovery and materials design and so on. I think there's also a good recognition that the companies that are developing the latest AI technologies are themselves not experts in materials design or drug discovery or advanced energy technologies or anything else. And so there's a lot of interest in understanding where those partnerships can lie. So I think if you look at the portfolio that I talked about earlier, one of the things that you saw was that there were a number of places where we were engaged with industry partners, in collaboration with labs and with our academic partners, and all working together to address basic scientific challenges. And I think that is something we're going to continue to see, because there are definitely areas where there are many kinds of stakeholders that can work together to advance the kind of basic research that we fund. Thanks.
Great. The next question is also for you, Hal. As AI and various services are more available on cloud systems, what is your view and future investment plan on hybrid HPC cloud computing?
Okay, I mean, this is also a good question, and the plan in this regard is certainly something that has many stakeholders. So we on the research side certainly invest in a software ecosystem that supports a wide variety of different architectures, and there is a large effort across the community to understand how we can do things like take the exascale software ecosystem, make sure it runs on cloud environments and works in containers and can be kind of modularized and sliced and diced and put back together again in a way which makes the most sense for lots of different kinds of use cases. And of course, we also realize that there are a lot of AI capabilities on the cloud that are native to the cloud in some sense. I think it's also true that as we've all seen, a lot of the AI services, I mean, even the commercial AI services, I mean, they're available via APIs, but they're not necessarily tied to being in one particular cyber location or another. They can be accessed from all sorts of places, and I think we're going to continue to see that. And I think the other thing is that as we move forward, we definitely realize that science occurs at all scales. So and not only does it occur at all scales, but it occurs with collaborations of all different kinds and with people with all different levels of skill and access to resources. And so we certainly see that there's a lot of science that starts out with collaborations outside of DOE. People who are using cloud-based execution environments. And then, what we aim to do is to make sure that the software ecosystem that we provide, that we invest in, is something that can be used in those environments, but then also, of course, works on our large-scale resources and can be used to transition back and forth. So, I don't know, Ben, do you have anything you want to add to that?
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Oh.
Truly, I mean, I fully expect someone to ask this question after my talk tomorrow, so I'm glad you went first.
Oh, very good.
Excellent. What do you see as the role for software stewardship going forward, Hal?
Okay, well, obviously, I think there's a huge amount of investment that we all appreciate that has gone into the software ecosystem, the mathematical solvers, the computer science libraries for I/O and data management, the compilers and tools, and performance monitoring and debugging, like all that whole ecosystem has been something that we've invested in for many years. We've had a substantial investment through the Exascale Computing Project. Before that, there was also a substantial investment through other programs, through SIDAC, through core programs. And that investment is investment that we are continuing to see. I think one of the things that we realize is that, especially as we have achieved exascale and are looking at future systems, we realize that it is increasingly the case that the broad scientific enterprise is dependent upon the software ecosystem that has developed. I mean, people, generally speaking, do not just start with a blank source file when they are trying to construct HPC applications, right? They're building on top of libraries and frameworks and a whole base of expertise and tools that are necessary. So, we understand that is an essential part of the scientific enterprise. Our role in that, I mean, so that that's true for the whole scientific enterprise. Then the question is, what is our role in this environment? And from the research side, one thing that's essential is that we understand how we can make sure that the software tools, the environments, those libraries that we talked about, work on next generation systems. I mean, we are investing in order to create the future in terms of next generation computing. But that doesn't just mean hardware. It doesn't just mean new GPUs or a fancier network. It also means that that entire scientific enterprise can move forward with us onto those new systems. And that requires that we invest in order to make sure that we understand how to make all those solvers and libraries and so on move to the next generation. And that's not just a matter of changing some header file or some compiler flags. I mean, the systems evolve, and we really have to then have the research community figure out how to best move that software environment to those new systems, given that they can have quite novel operating principles. I mean, we've heard before about advanced memory technologies, and we are looking at advanced AI technologies and so on. There's a lot of basic understanding that we have to develop to understand how we can move those things forward. So that's our role. I think the one other thing I'll say is, as we execute that role, we also understand that we have to do that in a way which brings in the greatest number of external stakeholders that we can and helps the community move forward in the way that's most productive. So, for instance, the current portfolio has, specific partnerships and activities that we have funded for engagement with industry, with nonprofit foundations that work with software. These kinds of engagements I think are very important. But they're not. It's not Oscar by itself. It's not just a question of like, what are we doing? It's a question of how are we supporting the wider community to do the things that the wider community feels are most essential. So I think the combination of those things is really how I see our role in this space.
Great. The next question was actually for Helena, and that was about how her office would use the input from the RFI that she discussed and how it would relate to funding for the Office of Science for FAST. Helena could not stay, so she entered into the chat that her office plans to use the input from the RFI to inform DOE-wide, including the Office of Science, scenario planning for FAST, and that we hope it will also help us to inform potential stakeholder partnerships. Then there was a question during Irene's talk, although I don't know that this is for you, actually, Irene. Yes. Yes. So it says the current fellowship only pays students when they are physically in a lab. However, more and more students are getting married at a younger age, and this may discriminate against those who have personal relationships. Is it possible to change it to some fraction of time required to be in the lab physically while still working on the project with a lab mentor? This is a challenge for many fellowships, as Irene and I discussed during a break. NSF has also faced this. It is not an employment relationship fellowship. It is a fellowship for educational purposes. So, but that said, the steering committee for the Crowell CSGF Fellowship has really thought how to address the changing life situations of the fellows and what flexibility they might be able to provide. And I'm sure they will discuss it, and I'm sure your committee will discuss it.
Yeah, I think there was a further possible clarification. I couldn't see the first part of the question, but it could be that they're confusing the SC GR, which does require that, whereas the CF the Computational Sciences Graduate Fellowship only requires 1 summer of practicum at a laboratory. And so I think there may have been some confusion on which program was actually being reviewed. So I want to thank Stefan Wild for clarifying that for me.
Yes, thank you. Yes, the CSGF has allowed virtual practicums, particularly during COVID. So, but we don't oversee the SCGF, although we do participate in it. So I will pass this to Ping, who runs the SCGF.
CGSF.
Oh,
The
yes. Oh, thank you. Is there a previous public question about SCGR? Oh, okay. So that's where the clarity came from, was the second question. Cleared it up. Fabulous. Then there's a question to Sai, which Sai has addressed in the chat. How can we accelerate the collaboration between hardware vendors or AI partners and national labs? Specifically, what steps are you taking to explore the effective integration of coarse-grained simulations, FPGA prototyping, and GPU-based simulations to optimize the performance of specialized architectures like neuromorphic algorithms? Additionally, what specific techniques such as spike grouping can be employed to improve efficiency and scalability in these systems? And Sai replied, thanks for the question. I think our best answer is to have that pilot projects that are a good way to help accelerate collaborations. Usually we like to use these to produce a small demonstration capability that has the benefit of clarifying what we are aiming to show and gives us a common shared goal with vendors or our academic partners. At the moment, we are working on most technologies independently to see how far we can get our software applications to work on them. As this matures over the next couple of years, we will start to consider how to compose them. That is all of the questions that came in during the public comment. If anyone else has a question in the attendees, you have a couple minutes to type it into the chat. And that's what we have.
Okay, I think we are done for today. Thank you, everybody. Thanks to the speakers and thanks for everybody who attended. A reminder, we start again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and we look forward to seeing you then. Thanks very much. Bye.